Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Busy Monday morning. Glad to be back at the screens. Hope all of you had a wonderful first week of the year, and a great weekend. And get ready to get back right into it because it's going to be a busy week. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Morning, Craig. Great show last night.
Thank you.
Thanks for getting me caught up on everything.
Absolutely.
Couldn't they put that stuff out a little earlier? Come on, man.
Missed it by about an hour, but all good.
Yeah, I would love to see all of your reactions to it as it was happening in real time. But we're here this morning, and of course on the big screen, my guy wearing the IU hat, and well deserved. I mean, IU is just stomping people. Senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. Another glorious day at the island, and Miami has no idea what's coming their way, baby. Go IU.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Miami 2 days ago. You could feel the city's hot, man. The vibe is going, man. It's gonna be a good game. Miami's basically got a home game, but IU travels well. Gonna be exciting to see, for sure. We're only a week out from that game. Lot going on in the overnight.
The Hoosier, let me interrupt one last time. The Hoosier Nation is going to show up in Miami. It's not going to be a home game, baby.
Yeah, well, we'll see. They do travel pretty well, though. But I'm going to tell you what, man, Miami was electric for the U. It was the U everywhere. So, again, we're going to see. It's going to be a great game. Overnight, obviously, we know we're going to let Shai get to the headlines. Initial reactions, we have the tape. We've got the S&P down 0.5%, NASDAQ down 0.75%. I put in my morning note. NASDAQ is back in that opening days range, which is very important to me. I look at that. I look at the opening year's VWAP as well. I'm going to talk about that this morning. And we're sitting right on it. So I think the NASDAQ is actually in a very critical place. When I look across the board, Craig and I were talking to messaging last night. Bond market's not accelerating to the downside. You kind of thought that would potentially happen, but it's not. And you kind of wonder if this news is not going to have much stem of it, but you don't know. And you don't know what kind of news flow is going to continue to come this week. But again, going to have a busy tape, and we're going to dive into all of that this morning. But before that, Shai, the news.
Yep, so obviously last night we had the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell said that the U.S. Central Bank had been served grand jury subpoenas from the Justice Department threatening a criminal indictment that is apparently related to his June congressional testimony on ongoing renovations of the Fed's headquarters, and that it should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. So last night, he came out and he made a statement. He said on Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas threatening criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Central Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned, in part, a multi-year project to renovate the historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure, which is quite amazing if you say it, because basically Powell's explicitly kind of framing this as an attack on the Fed's independence and not a legitimate kind of legal matter. And then kind of attached to that, there was a headline out that said that the Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte was driving force behind the administration's decision. Bill Pulte was just on Bloomberg this morning. He denied that, but you know what he's kind of seems to be missing at the long end rate is what influences mortgage rates, and the Fed doesn't really control those rates. But anyway, moving on. So we had Friday after the bell, Trump announced that he was going to call for a 10% cap on interest rates on credit cards starting January 20th. He didn't provide any details on how he planned to make companies comply with this, but we did see overnight, we did see Barclays fell 3 to 4%, and we have obviously U.S. bank equities down this morning. The problem is with these caps is, you know, and I talked about this on Twitter a little bit, this could really disproportionately harm low-income and small businesses and kind of those with poor credit histories who rely on credit cards for emergencies or building credit, kind of worsening inequality because they might be denied considered high risk and might be denied credit. And
Yep.
so that could be a problem, again, making that K-shaped economy even worse than it already is. Moving on from that, we have data centers will need $3 trillion with a T through 2030. A report from Moody's came out just this morning. Banks will continue to play a prominent role in providing financings, and other institutional investors will increasingly lend alongside banks, given the vast amounts of capital required. We've talked about this in the past, that you know, this is taking capital away from the bond markets and things of that nature because of these investment grade bond. We do have, obviously, the Iran crisis is escalating. That could pose a bit of a problem for Iranian oil. Their output has already been hit by sanctions for years and years and years, and underinvestment in the industry. They currently produce about 3.33 million barrels per day, but definitely oil traders are keeping an eye on that, and also any threats that the government might have to block the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't think they're going to do that, but it's always something in their back pocket that they could do to try to quell protests and kind of isolate their country. And so it's definitely something to keep an eye on. We have trading houses beat U.S. majors for the first deals for Venezuelan oil, which is not shocking because Vitol and Trafigura are just sales and shipping. They don't actually have to invest in the country to move the oil. And we did have, Trump had a meeting with a bunch of the leaders of the CEOs of the major oil companies last week. We did have that famous quote from Exxon CEO saying, Venezuela is uninvestable, which is kind of what I have been saying. We have to think that these companies think in, 10 to 20 years. Trump's out in three years. What happens if somebody comes in and reverses the whole situation? So this is not an ideal situation. Besides the fact Halliburton was kicked out, you have ExxonMobil had assets seized twice. They had Chevron had a $10 billion write-down. I mean, all these companies have kind of been burned in that country before, so I don't really see anybody rushing out very quickly to kind of invest there. And the comments from those CEOs kind of reinforced what I thought anyway. So we'll see what happens with that. Other notes we have today, the Supreme Court decision on Trump's tariffs did not come on Friday, which everybody was expecting. They may come this Wednesday because they said that's the next batch of decisions, but the thing is they don't say which decisions they're going to be. So everybody is kind of keeping an eye on Wednesday because that Supreme Court decision could come out this Wednesday. We'll see. And last but not least, we have banks kicking off Q4 earnings tomorrow with Goldman. So everybody will be watching the financials. Bank of America follows the next day.
Yeah, banks getting hit a little bit this morning too, obviously.
On the credit card.
On the credit card stuff. Lot of things to keep your eyes on, man. What's going on here? Want to give a shout out also to Maggie Lake and Blake Morrow for filling in for us. I listen to you guys every single morning with my espresso, of course. Pinky's up as usual. I know I missed the pinky up this morning. Thank you for reminding me that. I will stay true to it. But no, you guys did an absolutely fantastic job. Kept me informed the whole time I was gone. I might have did a couple trades on my phone. Who knows? Who knows? But again, a lot to talk about today. I want to start off with your initial thoughts on the news that came out overnight.
Yeah, we were talking about this a fair bit last week. It seemed like the president made a decent shift in his narrative and what he's thinking about last week, and kind of reiterating or restoring some of the populist ideas that kind of got him elected. I think that he is concerned about the polling data and is maybe going to use the strength of the market as a way to try to reintroduce some populist policies that'll help get the voting going in the right direction. Otherwise, they're going to get destroyed in the midterms. And so we saw a lot of that momentum last week, and crucial to that is getting rates down, right? That is the number one thing that he thinks is going to help the average American, is if he can drive interest rates lower, whether that's rates for houses, rates for cars, rates for whatever, and it starts with getting the Fed to cut rates. And so last night, I think, was just a culmination of what was a week's worth of populist headlines coming after the independence of the Fed. Again, clearly people don't like it, but it seems like he doesn't really care. And so, but a criminal investigation now into the Fed raises some concerns about how he's actually going to be able to deliver on this, on this policy. Senator Tillis last night mentioned that with an investigation going on, he's not going to approve any,
I saw that.
anything to move through the Senate Banking Committee. So now we're in a situation where, Trump is due to announce his new Fed chair within the next 2 weeks, they have said, but it may just stall this whole process out. And so I don't know.
Against him.
He's kind of creating a bit of, a bit of chaos here. And, look, with the market at 7,000 and the VIX at the lows, I feel like he believes he has the ability to do so. And as long as the long end of the bond market doesn't sell off, I think he'll feel emboldened. But what we saw back in April with Liberation Day and the subsequent trading, when the bond market starts to get concerned, then that's when the tacos come out. So right now, it doesn't really seem like too much of an issue. The bond market's a bit contained this morning, and there's a lot of back and forth about the data and the job market and what's going on in the economy. But this just seems like more of the same for Trump. He's going to do what he wants to do, and this is the way he thinks it's going to get done. And so, come after the Fed chair again. We'll see what happens.
I mean, does anybody really think that this was not about trying to put pressure on Powell and get him removed versus what really happened?
Clearly, but Powell's response is really interesting because he's basically saying, I don't really care. And I think, I'm calling your card, basically.
I mean, you can't disagree with Powell. I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Look, and Powell's been asked at every Fed meeting since Trump's been elected about his views about the president, and he's kind of stayed above the fray here and doesn't want to get into it. This was a pretty direct rebuttal of what the administration is trying to do. And the other issue is, now will Powell stay on, right? And so
the pressure is going to what gets interesting.
Right. So if Powell decides now that he is going to stay on to fill out the rest of his term, then you have a block inside the Fed that's going to be a little bit more, pushing back against an aggressive, rate cutting agenda that the president may want, that Kevin Hassett may want. And so you have a block of folks now who are governors who can hide behind Powell, right? They'll just vote against what the president wants if they don't believe the economy necessitates that pace of easing. So that's another problem that the Fed that could develop for the Fed.
And I think whoever comes into that position is just tainted right now, right?
Yeah.
I think, you have Waller and Warsh thought they could just kind of smooth talk their way into the job, and once they were there, they could just do their job. Well, that's not going to happen, right? And then, when Moran speaks or Hassett, that it's Trump, right, speaking. So that position is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think this is working against President Trump and what he's trying to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to be on the receiving end of a criminal subpoena if you're the next Fed chair, if you don't do what you're told? And Hassett's on TV. Hassett this morning is denying. Hey, we didn't know anything about this. Come on, man. Don't tinkle on my leg and tell me it's raining out.
Oh, Jimmy, you're the best. Shai, talking about the 10% credit card use, I mean, is that even going to be something that's possible? Doesn't this have to go through Congress, or is this something that the president can do? To me, I mean, I get it. Yes. Is it going to help people? Absolutely. I mean, and people think it's the credit card companies. If you've ever had a credit card, it's the bank. It's not the credit card company. The credit card company gets the fee. I don't know how much they get, if they do get a little trailer from that interest. I'm not sure. But is that something that can even be done?
I don't think that it's... I don't think he can make an executive order for that to happen. I certainly don't think the banks are going to really jump at that idea necessarily.
Yeah,
it's a big chunk of their...
Well, that's why financials are getting hammered today.
Of their big income, exactly. And so I don't think it's something he can really enforce just by presidential order. Definitely, I'm sure the banking lobby is all up in Congress right now.
They got a call last night. Get your ass down there. Jimmy, let's go to you. Let's talk about the tape. S&P this morning down 40 points, 69.64, which is below 69.80. Pax's quarterly pivot's a level I watch very closely. I've had that on my radar as well. It's not as weak as what the NASDAQ is today, but nonetheless, which actually I'm a little surprised at that with financials getting hurt. The S&P is just stubborn to the downside. It still remains relatively bid. 25,731 in the NASDAQ down 200 points. Russell's down nearly 6 at 2631. Dow's at 49,379 down 350 points. We've got Natty Gas is up 1.33% to 321. Heating oil is flat this morning at 213. Crude oil 58.87. Again, really can't hold a rally. I continue to eye it for a long. Again, the action to me tells me that it wants to go higher. It's just from a swing trader position that I look at. It's just tough, man. It just kind of still sitting here. It will have its day. I do believe it's setting up. It's just got to be. I'd rather be late than early. That's the way I look at it. I mean, if it starts to happen, it happens without me, whatever. But I think crude is bid. I just wouldn't short it. I don't think headlines tell you to short it either.
Right.
But it's not easy long. Gold, again, really the one who's taking the news here and running with it. Up 120 almost, 46.20 new all-time highs in gold. Copper this morning, 6.05. Not hearing a lot of people talk about that. It's up 2.5%. Silver.
Ripping.
It's up $6.
Ripping.
Up 7.5%, 85.35. I mean, really. I mean, just I've been saying this for I don't know how long. Just don't sell the rally, even though I did try one time and it cost me a few grand. But that's a whole other story.
Those silver coins I got out doubled.
Yeah.
Whoever won the silver coins, you just doubled your money.
Yeah. Platinum 2384. Platinum to me, I said before, I don't think it's going to be an easy year to get above 2,500, but who knows? I mean, it's up almost 4% this morning, up $88. Bond market down. Remember, the ultras are down 25 ticks this morning, Jimmy. 117.15 in the ultra bond. 30s down 17 ticks to 115.08. Short end of the curve is down modestly. Again, this is where it gets really interesting. You start to see what's going to happen with the curve. Again, I know that they're going to do everything they can to keep rates lower on the short end, which I think that they'll probably be able to achieve. It's just a matter of when. But the long end, they can't stop it, man. And you're going to watch the long end of the bond. If it starts to move lower and it continues to break, I'm not sure that's a really good sign for equities. I know equities are Teflon to everything, but I don't think so to that. 10-year yield this morning comes in almost at 4.2. It's at 4.195. Dollar weak against pretty much everything. Bitcoin doing what it should be doing. This is why I said in my note, this is why you don't look at what Bitcoin's doing for NASDAQ. I think we're in a scenario now where Bitcoin could start going up and NASDAQ might start going down because Bitcoin should be going up in this situation, in my opinion, right? I mean, I'm still long crypto. I always own some spot. But Bitcoin and ETH, to me, I could see them catching a bid while equities get weak. It's not going to be a leading indicator in this moment. I know there's going to be time where it's risk on, risk off type scenarios where it makes sense, but right now, Bitcoin should be going with the metals. Jimmy, what are your thoughts on the tape?
Yeah, I mean, the first mark I looked at this morning, of course, the Treasury bonds. You know, we have that sell-off. I'm a little bit worried now. I mean, we've been in this consolidation range in the 30-year bonds between 116 and 1420 for about 6 weeks now. Points of control somewhere in the middle there if you kind of do a volume profile across that board. But we had a decent sell-off this morning based, on the excitement that happened and we just talked about. I'm not so sure we're done selling off here. I'm looking to see a push all the way back down into a 114 handle again. I looked at the commitment of trader reports and I was like, all right, what's going on there? It's almost a 50-50 distribution between long and short, but last Tuesday, the non-commercials, took longs off the table, added shorts, 14,000 shorts on the table. The commercials did the opposite. That was as of last Tuesday's data. My guess is that's going to probably be skewed more in that direction for the next COT report as well. Yields at 4.86% for 30-year. Could we get to 5%? I don't know. I think we can. So I'm a little bit worried about this. I think it will be a drag on the equity market, like you said. And who's the beneficiary? Gold, silver. They're going to be this. That's going to be the story for the next month or two.
The metals market remain the market that has all the boxes checked. Technicals, news, fundamentals. I mean, that's just it. And when they run, they're running, and so so much for those increased margins that we're going to hold silver back. I mean, it's kind of
Well, yeah, but Deli, also the other thing to think
What
about is if Japan is out of the U.S. bond market now, are other countries going to follow suit even more aggressively and get out of it? Where's money going to flow to? It's going to flow into gold.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I think it should be flown into Bitcoin. I really do. I think Bitcoin, and I think that crypto. When I say crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum, lump them together. I think they should be catching a bid here. I mean, they are catching a slight bid. They're a little broken technical wise, but again, if there's a time for them to step in and have a moment, should be now.
Yeah, I mean, part of the narrative is liquidity, which has been part of the reason I think why it's underperformed. But the other part of the narrative is central bank credibility and independence, right? And so now that we've brought that dynamic back in play, I think that's why you're seeing the Bitcoin relative outperformance versus NASDAQ. But still, you're right. Precious metals are the place to go because that's what countries are buying, right? Exactly. Countries are buying gold. Yeah. People are buying Bitcoin, and I think the battle between gold and Bitcoin really is a battle of power, right? And so if you see the U.S. making moves in Venezuela, making moves in Greenland, potentially making moves in Iran.
Cuba.
Governments are powerful, right? At the times when the governments are less powerful and people, get their power, then Bitcoin kind of outperforms. But in this moment when geopolitical actors are getting more active, it's not surprising to me that gold is taking the lead.
Yeah, and the liquidity issue is a big thing. There's no doubt. Bitcoin does not have that in this current moment. Doesn't have that, but it has the news, and you wonder. So again, it proves that the institutions are. Well, let's see what they really think about what Bitcoin is, at least from where I sit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new year. We talked about this before. Nobody's, Bitcoin sold off. Nobody at the end of the year is rushing to buy it. It's a new year now, so we should, see a change in flows also just because of the new year, new flows going on. Also worth mentioning that the dollar's down about 0.5% today too. So
that's what I was saying. It's down against everything. I mean, what it's down the weakest on right now is that the pound is up 0.5% against it. Same with the euro. Yen, it's pretty much flat. Swissy 0.5%. And also too, I mean, commodities are up. If you don't think that this is an inflationary situation, again, here you got copper getting bid, silver getting bid. These are not metals that people are keeping in their
Palladium,
pocket.
platinum.
I mean, those, right. Again, these are not just, they're industrial metals, right? And you're seeing softs get bid. I mean, that's what I see. Dollar's getting weaker, and you got to wonder if the bond market starts to accelerate to the downside. This is kind of, the year that's setting up to be. We talked about it earlier. Energy. You talked about all these AI centers talking about how much they're going to need. We're going to see oil and just energy across the board probably get bid. You start to see, and this is a different story, but commodities start to get bid with a weaker dollar and rates, and they could try and keep them down as much as they want. But again, the long end, it just doesn't look bid to me. It looks to me like the long ends, we're going to see 5+% in the 30s.
Yeah, I think so. And as far as this shift out of treasuries into other assets too, I mean, you think about what the administration's doing in Venezuela. They're not going to pay back dollar creditors in Venezuela, right? They're going to take the oil, they're going to sell it, and the proceeds are going to go into the U.S. Treasury. Well, what about people who are owed money in Venezuela on Venezuelan assets? They're not going to get paid. The idea is that the proceeds from these oil sales are not going to go to creditors. So if you're a foreigner who has investments in dollar assets anywhere, the U.S. government can come in and basically say, sorry, those aren't good anymore for dollars. That's an issue. And that's an issue for the dollar. That's an issue for treasuries. And so I think you're going to continue to see that shift in neutral reserve asset out of treasuries into gold. We've been seeing it since 2022 when we sanctioned Russian reserves. And I think these moves that we've seen over the last week or so in Venezuela are just going to accelerate that trend where global actors are afraid that the U.S. government's going to take their assets, take their money, take their dollars back. It's not an irrational fear anymore.
Yeah, when you look at putting those countries in the headlines right now, again, I go back to like where Bitcoin should be bid. Like, I mean, if I'm in Venezuela or Cuba, you're not probably buying gold or silver. It's probably very, obviously a lot of low income people out there, maybe moving your money into crypto. I mean, you could see this is, again, I think if there's a time where crypto makes sense to me in this environment, I think this is a great moment to see that start to shine. Again, without institutional flows, it's probably hard to go higher. But again, I think crypto will be very active. We have 30 seconds left before we get to this morning's Edge Report. Shai, we're going to be with you later this morning. Craig, we're going to end with you. 30 seconds to go. Final thoughts in today.
Yeah, keep an eye. There's a 3-year auction and a 10-year auction today, 30s tomorrow. So, an interesting time to try to raise some debt after the president comes out and puts a justice investigation on the Fed, right? It'll be interesting to see how the bond market shows up for these auctions today. 3s are at 11:30, 10s at 1 p.m. tomorrow at 1 p.m. for 10s today, 30s tomorrow. I think that'll be a key tell here. If the bond market starts to sell off, you have dollar weak, yields up. That's a toxic environment for stocks, I think.
Yeah. Again, and last thing though, are we in negative gamma or positive gamma?
Modestly positive gamma right now, but if we start to make a move down to the downside, it could start to accelerate, right? So but right now we're still in kind of neutralish gamma, maybe at the open today.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, Craig, Shai, thank you so much. Shai will be back with you. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
I do want to remind everybody, there's also a WASD report. So if you're trading grains, that's coming out at noon today, East Coast time. Just wanted to point that out. Even the S&P Weekly, let's take a look. I mean, trend channels clear and present. We had this really kind of longer term area of resistance here at the beginning of the year, around last year, 6140-ish. So I drew a line all the way across and I said, all right, how far are we above that and how far did we go below that? And so above that, we closed Friday up 14.04% from that line in the sand that I drew right there, which also is right by that 38.1% retracement, also right by an anchored VWAP. So that's kind of important for me going on later into the year. On the downside, that whole April surprise sell-off here, we were down 21.18%, so a bigger downside swing. So the rally has been pretty significant. But if I'm looking for, I'm talking to the mega bears right now, some kind of pullback, we do have a line in the sand down here as well as we go forward here. If we even get it, who knows? Intraday, we did close above that December high. We did close above that 69.94. Now we're back down below it with a bearish engulfing candle, pretty ugly one at that as well. And then we have this FOMC high that I have highlighted here, 69.52. We tagged that as well. And then, of course, we have that pivot that Pax talks about. So moving averages are still sloping up. MACD is a little over zero right now. We do have some volume nodes, though, to consider. One volume node is at the top of the value area, and this is a measured January volume profile here, or we're just shy of that 7,000 number. The official point of control is a little bit lower at the ADMA, down around 69.60 right now. But we do have a paradigm shift in volume profile from last month to this month. We'll keep tracking that to see where we're at right now. But really, that pivot's going to be a big, important number. Intraday, we do have some targets as well. We have that one-day min. Look at this. I can't talk enough about MenthorQ's one-day min. We hit it. That's the low. We hit it exactly. It's pretty close to the bottom of the London initial balance right now. We're testing VWAP on the upside as we speak, but sellers are still in charge right now. Even though the 9 EMA is underneath that VWAP, I think the VWAP has primacy there with respect to what I'm thinking about anyway. We'll see if we can get a close up there. We have a high vol level at 69.75. That's going to be a super important level. And then ultimately that 7,000 0DT put support. On the downside, yeah, we got S2. This would be a breakout to the downside. This would be bad. 69.28 3/4. We could do the same exercise with the NASI. Let's do that really quickly. And I'm going to, again, weekly. This is the weekly chart. Looks the exact same, right? We have my line in the sand on there, 22,327, again, by that 38.1, and that VWAP as well. Upside was 18.24%. Downside is 35.2%. And then again, we have a really nice strong volume nodes, though, not only last month, but this month, around 25,687 here. And you can see this volume profile peaked right here. Official point of control is right there as well. Not quite a bearish engulfing, equal and opposite so far, but looking pretty negative as well. We didn't hit the November high yet, and that's that red line there. Ever since we hit that November high, we have some targets here as well. We're trying to claw above VWAP right now. That's pretty session VWAP right now, above that JAX 4 level. Which we'll see if we get a confirmation candle above that. We get some strength back into the NASI right now, but pretty much across, been a nice sell-off overnight. The pivot is my next target up here at 25,844. 24. 0DT put support right above that, 25,860. High vol level, again, for bulls, look at that high vol level as well, and that is approximately 25,900. On the downside, again, we hit that one-day min already. We have the low of the day is the London initial balance. So that is actually a little bit, that's bullish a little bit. And then there's some minor targets down at the bottom here for sure. So keep an eye on that. Let's just pop up the Bitcoin really quickly here. Where is it going? Where is my Bitcoin? Look at Sol. Sol is ripping 3.02%. We're still in January on the Bitcoin, everybody. And we're range bound, right? We keep bouncing off these December highs, can't penetrate it, can't close above it. And look at those moving averages. They're straight line. They're flat lined here. So we have some price happiness right now between 90,000 and 91,000 on the Bitcoin. December low is kind of defining the bottom of this range, the bottom of this conversation right now, 84,125. So we're sideways until we're not. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Naples.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shy, preview of our guest.
We have Chris Martenson. He is a PhD from Duke, an MBA from Cornell. He's an economic researcher and futurist specializing in energy and resource depletion. He is founder of peakprosperity.com. He is one of the early eco-bloggers where he forecasts the market housing collapse and stock market correction years in advance. And he rose to prominence during his video seminar, The Crash Course, which was also published in book form. He's spoken all over the world, including the UN, UK House of Commons, and the US state legislatures.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for Chris, let's go back to you, Craig. Chris will be in here in just a moment. You gave us final thoughts. I continue to think that this is an environment, and we've been talking about this. I'm short a little NASDAQ right now. I continue to buy puts. It's a problem, but I hate being short. I'll be honest with you guys. I really do. I dislike being short. I was short earlier in the year. I got clipped on them. It is what it is. First day of the year, the NASDAQ closed below the opening print. It's a trigger for me to get short. I'm going to go over more technically why when we get to my segment with Farm, but I can't look away from the situation. And again, you take all these things that are going on, and then I look at the charts. Technically, we can't get outside of the opening days, yearly, the first day of the year's range. Hard for me to be a buyer.
Yeah. I feel like the market has the ability to handle like one or two things at a time. And then you start to bring in, number 3, number 4, number 5, and it becomes a bit overwhelming. So I feel like what we've done over the course of the last week or so is we've added back a dynamic here with respect to the president reintroducing volatility, some of these populist moves on banking, on housing, on defense, right? He's clearly becoming more of a volatility agent again. The Venezuela stuff, the Greenland stuff, the Iran stuff, so much going on. And now you bring the Fed independence back in the fold as well. It's a bit too much for the market to, I think, to digest all at once. So
yeah.
And I just want to add, we've seen this before when Trump has gone after the Fed this way. We saw markets pull back on the initial reaction. Markets don't like it when you question the Fed's independence. They just don't. We've seen it time and time again. And so not really surprising to me that markets are down this morning on this.
Yeah, and I'm not short because of that. And I bought some puts, again, expiring a week or two out. I've been kind of scaling in very small this time. Earlier this year, like I said, I got clipped on them. Wasn't fun, so I'm starting the year in a little bit of a drawdown. That's all I've done so far. But it's that trigger to me getting us back in here. And again, when I look at the whole environment, it's just not bullish, and that's just the way I see it. Technically, the S&P is the stronger one. That's the one I think is going to be obviously favored as we go lower. NASDAQ, to me, I continue to look at it and say it's making a topping type pattern, at least in the short term. But again, TBD, we'll see. Headlines, news, we're back on a regular schedule for data as well. So again, Craig, great having you here this morning. We got to let you go. We got to bring in Chris.
Sounds good. Buddy. Thanks.
All right. Let's bring in Chris. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great. First week of the year was not going to be as busy as the second week, Chris. Here we go. We had a lot of news this weekend. We're coming out really with a lot of things. And Shai keeps saying, put your eye on this, put your eye on that. I'm like, there's only so many eyes I have, Chris. I can't keep my eye on everything. What are you keeping your eye on coming in this morning?
Well, this is one of those Lenin weeks, right, where decades happen. So obviously everybody's tracking what's going on with gold and silver. That's been front and center. I've been a longtime investor in both the miners and the physical metals, starting way back. And watching these moves now, I think they're connected to what's going on in Japan. Can't totally make that case, but watching Japan's yields blow out the way they are, I don't know how big the carry trade is. Everybody bandies it about, but it's clearly something that is global liquidity flows are changing. We're seeing that. And I think what gold is saying could be the beginning of the next commodity run. It's long overdue, but it also could be counterparty risk that could be at the institutional or the sovereign level. I'm hearing from my contacts inside the family office space that large buyers are now price insensitive when it comes to gold. They just want ounces more than they're concerned about getting the best price.
Very interesting. So what do you think about, we have markets down this morning, obviously, slightly because of the Fed indictment that came out that we just heard about last night. So, and then we've got financials down today because of the 10% credit card cap that Trump wants to enlist. So what are your thoughts on general markets right now? I mean, we made new all-time high, but do you see this continuing, or what are your thoughts on where the markets are going, at least somewhere in the near term?
Well, like your earlier, I couldn't hear exactly who was speaking, but I had some long dated puts that expired out at the end of December. I thought for sure we were going to see some sort of a decent correction just because the underlying economic figures, right? When we're looking at employment, when we're looking at trucking, when we're looking at a lot of things, there's screaming weakness, right? Unemployment levels right now, first time in the history going back to 1950 that we won't be seeing a recession coming out of this. But the markets haven't cared about any of that. And of course, they've been riding high on a lot of AI spending and some other things. So you know this, it's a tale of underneath the market, there's a lot of weakness, but the big generals are sort of carrying this along. So I feel like we're really in a marketplace where a lot of more government intrusion than usual in the sense of really promoting certain things, buying stakes in Intel, jawboning up the whole idea of AI, paving the way for these data centers to go in. So that's really been carrying it currently, and I'm not sure what's going to stop that at this point. It's just they've been, these, as you know, these are bulletproof markets for some reason.
Well, it's just so hard for markets to go down, right, Chris? I mean, they're built to go up. And, when you look at the indexes, it's funny. You look at the internals, and we were talking about breadth, and the market fought through all of that bad breadth period, which I still think is pretty bad. I didn't ask Craig this morning. I don't watch it too closely. But nonetheless, again, the thing with the indexes is we know is that nothing matters until they do. And then when the indexes finally take note, and it just seems like it's a waterfall. It's what it's been like for years now. And you and I, we go back, you and I and Shai, we go back a ways, and it used to not be like that, right? Now it's really like the markets stay bid, and all of a sudden when it's weak, it's over in like a day, it all comes out. And it's really hard to manage risk. That's why I hate being short. That's why I buy puts as well. You've probably heard me talking about it earlier, because with that, at least I can go to sleep at night knowing I paid for that trade. It is what it is. If it doesn't work, I'm over it. But I want to get more into like the execution of where we are right now. We talk about this environment. It's not the easiest. How do you look at positioning right now? Where would you be, or where are you positioned right now?
Well, I have got four legs on this stool of mine, and all the way on one end is the farm I live on, just in case. You never know these days. And all the way on the other end, I'm basically, it's a Fugger portfolio back from the 1500 mercantilists from Germany, right? I've got pretty heavy weighting in precious metals, and that includes the big four, right? Gold, silver, platinum, palladium. I've got exposure to the miners underneath that. I do have pretty decent long exposure to the overall market because I have a registered investment advisory as well, and so we have significant exposure there. And then just cash, but I'm getting nervous about the cash. I've been kind of waiting to pounce. And one of the areas I want to pounce on, really, I'm itching, is energy. I'm convinced energy is badly mispriced at this point in time and is due for its day in the sun. And as you know, it's like ridiculously a hated spot in the market right now. Just absolutely pathetic market cap across all the biggies. So I'm convinced oil's coming back, and it's a little known thing. It should be widely known. I don't understand why it isn't, but the U.S. shale space is topping out. The EIA is now openly admitting that that's kind of it. And as goes shale, so goes all of U.S. oil production. So we're going to be in a it's kind of a plateau for a year or two, but then it just creeps down. I can't see anything that can change that. And these oil prices here, hovering around 60, not conducive to drilling the tier 2, tier 3 acreage out there. So I think that's the surprise story that isn't really being looked at right now.
I want to hand it back off to Shai in just a second, but I want to stay on oil. And that's the theme that we've been talking about all for the fourth quarter, Shai. We are even part of the third quarter. We said it's going to be a story this year. What is the trigger you're looking for to get in?
Well, I'm looking for the markets to actually turn up in some, look at the XLF or XLE or something like that. I need to see that there's some money moving into this space at this point in time. I've nibbled. I have a few pieces down there. I personally am directly invested in natural gas wells. I think natural gas is the actual brightest spot on this story that I can tell right now, simply because the supply-demand mismatch is extraordinary with all this LNG coming online and all the data center demand, which nobody can really even calculate because nobody's adding it up. And little known fact, about as much natural gas is coming out of the ground this year as last year, and I don't see anything that's going to change that significantly at these price levels for oil, because a lot of our natural gas is gas associated from those fields, and it comes off as a byproduct, if you will. So I actually think natural gas is the bright spot, but directly investing in natural gas is kind of a widowmaker. It's a tough one. She's a volatile market, but I do like investing in the wells themselves.
Excellent. And so why do you think, let's stay on energy for a minute because it is my favorite subject, but why do you think we have all of this risk right now? We have Iran, we have Venezuela, and you know that nobody's going to invest in Venezuela right now. And yet we still have markets not paying attention at all, which is very strange. We've kind of been in a sideways market for over a year now.
Yeah, I can't really make sense of it because I'm a fundamentalist when it comes to these sorts of things. I look at supply, demand, and storage, right? And our levels of storage are pretty much across the OECD kind of plunking around at or below the 5-year normal range. So we're not super oversupplied. There's supposedly a lot of phantoms, floating oil out there. It's harder for me to get my arms around. I just have to believe what people tell me. I don't have any direct way of adding that up myself. But even with that, we're not really awash in the stuff at this point in time. And then, as you know, once you get into the subgrades a little bit and you understand that oil isn't oil, that the light sweet coming out of the Eagleford is not an offset for the heavy, medium sours you get out of Saudi Arabia. When you look at what we actually need in the world right now, I could make a case that we're actually kind of lightly supplied in terms of storage, and the declines that even the IEA said, wow, the decline rate of fields across the world is like 2.4%. We have to replace a couple million barrels per year minimum. I think they're a little light on that. So looking at the whole thing, I can't make a case for anything other than we're going to just steamroll into a surprise shortage of oil unless there's some kind of capital R recession that really dials demand back.
We have 2 minutes left, Chris, and so let's talk about this scenario going into this year. I think that themes build for the year, and a lot of times they'll stay steady throughout the year. You go back last year, metals started off bid, they stayed bid, right? You came in, equities obviously had the tariff situation, but once they backed off that, the year was kind of set in its tone. This year, what do you, when you look at the first week, and I know it's a very small window, but like I said, a lot of times the markets show us things that might be in trends potentially for the year. What comes out at you into 2026?
Well, I'm going to harken back to this idea of sovereign risk, maybe Japan, maybe Europe, maybe the U.S. And it's really the idea that if you have big money that no longer wants to be, say, in U.S. treasuries or in Japanese government bonds, where does it go? And it really doesn't have that many places to go. So we see the Nikkei, poking around over 50,000. We even see the German DAX just bumping around at all-time highs. I can't make any constructive case for Germany's stock market to be doing anything other than cratering. So it says that money is flowing into those risk assets, which means it's flowing out of somewhere else. I think that's the theme here. I think that there's a lot of nervousness of defaults across sovereign spaces, across institutions, things like that. So again, I just think big money's flowing where it needs to flow, and there's not that many places for it to go. besides into equities. Real estate isn't a play at that scale, and also metals are they're tiny markets, too tiny for all of this. So I think that's what we're just seeing. I think we're seeing big macro repositioning to try and get out of harm's way.
I mean, and it makes sense. I mean, you put your hands into business people that figure out ways to make money, right? And you find trends in which they're working. Obviously, AI was a huge trend last year, and I don't think that trend is anywhere near over. It might be a little overdone, but it's not over. And I agree with you. I mean, look, I own a bunch of equities too. Like I said, I hate being short. I really do. But it's like when I look at the indexes, rotation wouldn't hurt anybody either. Not like I'm looking for some sort of bear market, but nonetheless, Chris, it's always great to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us today here on this really busy Monday on the second week of Jan. All the best to you. We look forward to having you back.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yeah, Shai. I mean, again, it's funny when you think about two things we'll talk about real quick before we get into a farm. One is the oil trade continues to tries to take center stage, but it can't do it. Mm-hmm. Right, that's number one. Number two, equities, they don't want to go down. Even when there's headline risk, there's minor technical breakdowns. They continue to stay very stubborn. And again, I look at both of those trades as scenarios where if they start to work, they're going to work very well. You don't need to be early in either of them. I'm short a little bit of NASDAQ by using puts. I've already learned my lesson of the year. Like I said, I got clipped earlier. I'm kind of like, okay, I'm nibbling my way back in a little bit just because of what I see, and I'll go over that with farm. Crude oil, I can't really get in here yet, but it's like, I think it's what it feels like it's setting up to be.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we talked about this. It's good to hear from, Chris, who also agrees with that, but I already knew that because I talked to him on X. But, again, where are you looking for, if you're an investor also, and you're looking for opportunity, and this big supply surplus doesn't show up, which it still hasn't, and is non-existent, because I track it all, it's underinvested. The ETF is, the worst, most underinvested sector ETF in all of them. Oil counts as 2.5%, 3% of the total overall index. It once was weighted at 20%. And so there's when the market gets going, it could get going.
Yeah, exactly. I think the one thing, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, and we'll bring this up with Craig as well, is like you wonder if oil's whole thing is that there really is a slowdown occurring, right? You're not really seeing it in the jobs market yet, right? You're not seeing it, but maybe the demand is just not there. Maybe people are foreseeing lower demand, and we can talk about AI centers. We know natural gas is the leader for that. But again, maybe that's just what's holding it back, and it's just kind of push and pull until eventually there's a push that everyone goes, well, this makes sense. Again, it's a waterfall effect in these markets. They do nothing, and then everything kind of comes at once. Shai, thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. Good morning, Farm.
Good morning, Deli. I heard you say you were looking for a bear market. I think you said you weren't looking, but I just kind of nixed those words out. You said them first, so it was like you said you were looking for a bear market, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to see. Good morning. Yeah, I'd like to see some sort of rotation. Again, I did not do a ton in equities at the end of last year. I did very, very little. I hate being short. I mean, I can't stress this enough. I don't like it because, again, I go back to the first day of the year. NASDAQ closes below my level. Everything's telling me to be short. I buy some puts. I add it to them a little bit. Next thing you know, I get clipped. And it's like, God, I'm like, it's just really hard because there's no rotation beyond like these minimal pullbacks. It's like technically it breaks down. You look at the environment and say, yeah, maybe we're going to go down. Again, they just stay so steadily bid, which is great for the portfolio. For a short-term day trader, we've got low volatility, low volume for the beginning of Jan. And, again, Pac says that, he said he's a better short trader. I've really become a better long trader just because I can hold things longer. Shorts, you like you always say, you got to rent them. Don't overstay your welcome. But when things make sense to hold them, they still kind of don't work. I mean, that's the whole problem. They just stay so short-lived. And I come in this morning, I'm curious, you guys were on air yesterday, great Sunday show, by the way. And, then you see this news come out and the markets have, since turned around dramatically from where they were over when you guys came on in the open. What was your initial thoughts from a technical basis on what you saw? 'Cause, 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 'cause,
and I'm really focused on ES. I like the NASDAQ and I want to short the NASDAQ, and it is weaker, but I'm watching ES to see how aggressively I can short the NASDAQ because, ES has been stronger. So if the stronger one gets weak, then the weaker one probably doesn't fare well. But I mean, like it keeps trying to break out of this multi-month range, right? Like some traders are going to have 69.52 to 54 as top of, this multi-month balance. I do not. I see it as 69.94. I had said coming into December, I was going to consider that a 3-month balance. And, here was what was that, Wednesday, pop above 94 and then shit the bed. And then we come in, on Friday, and we pop above it again. And then, here we are. Same time, sellers have not yet initiated lower. Like you said, it's been very kind of frustrating, right? So the opportunity was there for sellers into Friday to crack this multi-day balance range, which, the low of that was 69.32. They didn't do that. They got run over, maybe on some volatility crush, but like technically it has not broken out to the upside clearly, but also it hasn't broken down. So it's sort of this tough, somewhat frustrating spot. It makes for some nice two-way trading if you're willing to flip and rotate, but it has not broken down or broken out. And then the NASDAQ just still has not reclaimed its bearish RTH gap from November 3rd into November 4th. So it's hard for me. And, I've said, once that RTH gap is reclaimed and well bid, and I see some clear breakaway move to the upside on ES, then I'm just not going to be short. I can't be short. But that hasn't happened yet. Here we are, continuing to sit in this range. And, it still is at risk here. And now last week's low, I mean, if you're breaking a prior week's low and finding traction lower, it certainly isn't an upside breakout, right? And then it looks like a failed breakout. Do we see follow through? That's the question here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go to the charts. I'm going to start off with ZB this week. Interesting because Jimmy brought this up earlier, looking at the COT. This is something that I take a look at on a weekly basis. And so here we are on a Monday morning and you go back and look at ZB. So ZB, you had the commercials. Let's go back a little bit to see why I think this matters. ZB, the commercials were long. We're on this dip right here. And then look what happened following it. Commercials rotated out of it. Oh boy, just perfectly before we broke again, right? Then commercials step in. Here, they get the most long right near these lows. We had a little bit of a rotation. Again, they get out of it just perfectly before it rotates lower. Long right here on this low. Boy, was that a good low? Sure was. And here we go, right? So commercials are what you follow here in ZB. Look at ZB. They're getting short, and we haven't really had this much move of lower yet. So you can see the most shorts are building up right here. So they sold this rally. Watch these 30-year bonds, folks. I mean, I think you're going to see a 5+% handle in the 30s. I think that the commercials continue to build up shorts in these areas. They have trimmed them a little bit from where they were just a few weeks ago, but nonetheless, commercials are the most short. They've been in a while, and they're typically the one that lead the direction. It's not an oversold type scenario with them. And you look at who's been long is the non-reporting. And so I personally, when I go back, if history tells me anything, it tells me that when the commercials are short, you don't want to be long. And I don't think that they're anywhere near oversold type scenario. So again, just something to look at to give you kind of context of the situation. What is the volume actually telling you? And you continue to see sellers there. Now we'll go to NASDAQ, and then I'm going to hand it over to you because for me, all I have here in NASDAQ is, let's take a look at it. So here we are in NASI. I mean, the NASDAQ. Oh, so here's what I have boxed off right now. Okay, it's pretty simple. I have my beacon levels, which is free. You can download my indicator for free. 25,825 is a big area for me. It coincides with the first day of the year's high. And when I see that, it's one of those things where it's like, look at when I have my resistance level coinciding with something, I look for confirmation. I see that as a big area. So 25,825 is big resistance for me, right? It's earlier in the year when I saw that we failed from there and we closed lower. I was short in this first day's candle. I then got, taken out of my puts, and I look at it and said the only way I could start to be short, and I anchored a VWAP from the first day of the year. And that comes in right where we are right now. If you take the anchored VWAP to the first day of the year, I look at that and go, don't get short if we get back inside the range until we get below the anchored VWAP. And we're sitting on it as we speak. I got the 9 and 21-day moving averages here. Here's the opening price, this horizontal line. If we start to push below 25,740 ish intraday today, and we start to see selling start to escalate, I mean, I think we're going back down to 25,042. I think we go back to this opening print, right? I mean, these moving averages are flat as can be. The green line is the VWAP. And below 25,000, it's like 480-ish, opening print of the year. We can test the low. Now, where does this all invalidated for me? Back above 25,825. Until this market and the NASDAQ can get back above 25,825, and I'm a trader who holds for multiple days, I'm just looking to sell rallies, right? I'm looking at weakness, and I agree with you. The S&P is what's keeping this put off. But with financials week today, you could be very curious to see how the tape responds when we get a new set of participants on the RTH Open, because I do think that it's kind of a day where let's see if they are going to set the tone for the week. Are they going to come in and buy this? Is this a nothing burger? No one cares about everything with Powell. We have civil unrest. I mean, globally. I mean, we've got all these things going on. Let's not talk about. We also have the 10% cap, which I don't think is necessarily going to happen. I asked my macro people of what they thought. There's all these things happening. Too many eyes. Too many things happening with not enough eyes to keep an eye on. So we'll see how equities react. That's why I'm a little bit short in NASDAQ, because overnight when I saw us dip below there, I started to buy some puts. I'm buying them a week and 2 weeks out. And I'm just starting a position. I've already learned my lesson because I got clipped earlier this year not to be heavily short. But if we start to push below there today, you could pretty much bet that Delhi's going to be buying more puts, maybe even selling futures. So that's what I've got.
Yeah, for me, I call it my bear savings account, Delhi. I take a percentage. Yeah, it's my bear savings account. So I have March puts. And basically when I make money on a day trade, I'll put, 10%, 20%, of those gains, into some puts because I am bearish. I will be wrong on a clean upside break. We have not gotten that yet. And so, I'd prefer to play with the house money, when it's kind of iffy, right? Like we're just, playing around with this potential breakout. But I love my bear savings account. And, using house money to fund it is always my preferred way. I've got very similar levels. I probably would have used 824 exactly, actually, since we had closed above it. I wanted to give bulls benefit of the doubt down to about 804, 791 to sort of correspond to that spot. Here we are now below it. So I may make some considerations in tomorrow for adjusting that. But, to me, it's all about the meat of last week's distribution. I talked last night. I think I mentioned this on the show. Like if you look at last week's profile and this week's profile, they're almost like, and you just flip this upside down last week, it looks exactly like the trailing week profile. If you were to flip it over, and that week we saw a snapback to the meat of the primary distribution to start the week, and now we've got a snapback to the primary distribution to start the week. This is now the second time on ES that we've come back into the meat of that distribution. It did not make it to the other side. It should, and it didn't on Friday. So that was, potentially some weakness from sellers, I suppose. I do believe bulls got an assist from that volatility crush from when the Supreme Court decision was pushed back. I mean, it was just it's completely stomped on volatility, and there was a mega bid. So for me on the NASDAQ, I'm going with 704, 726 to sort of represent the upper edge of, the primary distribution from last week. Trapping back below there, if this 704, 726 becomes resistance at open, we should find a push down to about 600. There have been very, very active buyers. I used 628 to 638 last week. But I mean, they were buying them, even as low as 570s, I think we'd probably see them still. So for this week, I really need to see sellers come in, and we've talked about this a number of times. We can gap down all we want, right? Overnight. But until we see RTH sellers, the true participants in this market sell this below a prior day's low, an overnight low with continuation, there's nothing doing yet. So this is the opportunity, because here we are, we're going to be opening. Value is gapping lower on both ES and on NQ. And that's a good look for sellers. If this was just being accumulated by the Euro session and they just rip it, then, we're all laughing, right? It was a gap down and it gets bought and nothing doing, right? But to me, it's going to be NQ. Are sellers willing to offer, call it 700 if you like, and drive back down for Friday's low, take out a prior day's low? See, like ES actually took out Friday's low briefly overnight, basically back to that 69.52 spot, which is looking like it's trying to flip to a clean support, which would be a good look for bulls. But I mean, again, this has just been a very lazy attempt at a breakout. And so to me, I'm looking to really see if this gets bought at the open. This 66 to 69 spot on ES is going to be key. That's basically the only thing to me keeping it from a trip back to the 36 to 40, which effectively is the last line protecting last week's low. I mean, if we come in on Monday and we're below last week's low, first day of the week, that gets a little bit interesting. But then again, do we see any continuation lower? And if so, then I think we do head back to the early open on ES around 69.02. I've got 69.08 half, 69.11. That would be the spot that I'd be looking for. But then I think you really have to start asking some questions. If Monday we're already below last week's low, and this was supposed to be some upside breakout. So we'll see what cash hours participants have to say. But right now sellers have the ball coming into this open. And, we'll see. Do they get run over or do they come in and they sell this? But definitely a lot of risks and definitely has been a lack of initiation to the upside and to the downside, unfortunately. So let's see who wears their big boy pants today.
No, I agree with you completely, and I see it in chat. I mean, markets don't care about any of the things we talked about. Markets they don't seem to be super worried about Powell. Yeah, we did get a little bit of a sell-off. They're not worried about, like somebody said, like civil unrest. Market makers don't care. No, listen, the world could be burning and equities could still go higher. We all know that. What I look at is an overall environment, right? Like what's behind the scenes happening right now. I'm not seeing a lot of things that are positive for markets. That doesn't mean that I'm bearish because of it. I'm bearish because of the way that the price is reacting to things. I look at the NASDAQ, again, we can't get outside the opening range, the opening day's high. We cannot get above my resistance at 25,825. We continue to come back. There's lack of momentum, a lack of people putting on risk on highs. That's what I see, right? And so to me, it's like a rounding out type pattern in NASI. And I agree with you. The S&P is really the key factor here, right? You're going to get financial earnings this week, coming into next week. We're starting to really see what the S&P is made of here because the S&P is the key. It's this, it's the main index that everyone looks at. And I really can't get bearish S&P until I see us below 69.11 to 69.02-ish area. If we start to fail there, then I'm like, okay, it's kind of game on to the short side. Until then, it's probably going to be a little bit of a choppy tape. And S&P still favors the long side. Again, that's why I'm choosing to short NASDAQ because I do think it's the weaker index, which is interesting because when the NASDAQ is the weaker or the stronger, typically the market is going to follow them, but we'll see. Who knows? Farm, thank you so much for the Sunday night show and being here with us this morning. You're the best, man. Everyone check out what Farm's doing on his Substack and give him a follow on X. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody, it's Monday. And, first off, everybody in chat, good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. We're at 172,000 followers. It was just, was it a month and a half ago? We were at 150,000. Incredible what 2025 was for us here at NinjaTrader Live. Building community, seeing all these traders trade live on the network, talking about MenthorQ levels, which you could see around your screen. You've got everything that's going on from Edgeful at the top of your screen with the bias. We've got news. We've got POTUS alerts. We've built amazing things for all of you traders here, and the community has just been nothing short of phenomenal. And something that's really been interesting is this is really my first full day. Well, it is my first full day back for the year. Seeing the traders trade together and all the relationships that have been there. And today we have Tanja and Salma. Tanja has set the tone for us on Mondays throughout the entire 2025 right here on NinjaTrader Live. And here we have Salma. I remember when I first met Salma, I said, you are a rising star. Talk about someone who's new to the space, but who just takes in everything that all these other traders are doing, asks the right questions, goes out there and still executes at a very, very high level for a very new trader. And I love watching it. And I really think you're going to enjoy watching the two of them, which I think is going to be more of just than it is just today. So let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma.
Good morning. Thank you, Anthony. That was very sweet of you.
Good morning.
Hi, Tanja.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, chat?
Glad to be back. Yeah. Yeah. Selma, when I first had this conversation with you, remember when I reached out to you, I said, hey, I'd like to chat with you a little bit and, talk to you about coming on NinjaTrader Live. And it all stemmed from the things I saw you post on X. And I didn't know really anything about you. I didn't know how old you were, what you were doing. I was just like, you know what? I like your tweets. You're talking about flow. And we got in a call, and I said, here's the perfect person that we want to be representing us. Coming into this space, building your business. I mean, you've done an unbelievable job, even the short time that I've been able to watch you. You are what traders should be looking to do. You're growing your business. You're getting better each and every week. You ask the questions that everybody else is wondering. Some of these things I have no idea what they are. I mean, some of everybody's got these different strategies, and someone's like, "Yo, what's that?" And it's like, I love your openness to that, and I think that the chat and everybody watching really loves that about you as well.
Thank you, Deli. I enjoy being here as well. Thank you.
And Tanya, great to have you back here on Mondays. Let's get right into it. You've been leading the charge for us here. What's that? She's old. She's old. She's old news.
Needs no introduction. Yeah. We're back and ready. Like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean, overnight we had some news. Walk us through what you're seeing on the charts.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, ES has been the strongest one, but it's felt very rounded out here. We hit those all-time highs for ES, and we couldn't hold above them. Now we've dropped down. We already hit actually previous day low on ES. I have the weekly open for the Nasdaq. Let's see. Yeah, previous day low on ES. We're almost there for the Nasdaq. It is kind of more, I'd rather have like a nice jagged rejection. I mean, I think that this in October started to look pretty good, and then we came back up again and hit all-time highs. So it hasn't been in a hurry to get lower. But on Friday, I believe, yeah, actually I did take a short and it ended up working out. And then what happened? Yeah, I took all of it off basically. Oh, I got stopped out in on the rest on break even. And essentially, I think that's what kind of this market, if you're shorting, is going to be like, where it hasn't been like consistently moving down in a direction where you can't overstay your welcome on the short. So if I go short, it needs to be in a good spot. And also, I'd be just making sure to protect my profits along the way, because oftentimes what we're getting is those shifts between in the middle of the day where the Nasdaq starts out weaker and then the ES gets weaker, and I always want to make sure to pay attention when that happens so I can be nimble. So I think it's a nimble type of market to be engaging in. So yeah, I'll mark out previous day low on the Nasdaq. We'll see if we can get there. And if we can hold below it, maybe we can see lower prices during the rest of the session. And yeah, basically we're gonna see how this week starts out, because so all of a sudden it started out with a pretty big rejection there. Um, and we'll see if there's actually more momentum on the downside.
One thing that you and I talk about pretty much each and every Monday, Tanya, is we talk about divergences, right? We'll talk about, is the S&P the stronger or the weaker, and you'll make a decision. I know you mostly trade NASI, but there are times where you might move over to S&P if it's the stronger or weaker one. Barb and I were talking about this this morning in the panel as well. Like right now, we still have this kind of battle between who's the stronger or weaker index from the beginning of the year. Coming into today, any preference? Is it going to be NASDAQ or is it S&P?
Yeah, it's quite similar. I think I'd still do NASDAQ, short NASDAQ than a S&P.
Got it. And I think the dynamic between you and Salma is going to be interesting as we're going to move over to you now, Salma. Salma, you trade ES or MES, I should say, more than you trade, NASDAQ. I'm not even sure I've seen you trade NASDAQ. I know that you're focusing more on the MES. What are you seeing this morning, and what are you trading?
You probably will never see me trading the NAS. She's just toxic. I don't like all the wicks. ES is just much cleaner for me. So I stick to, what I know. As far as what I'm seeing, on the 4-hour here, we're holding this trend line, making higher highs, higher lows. So far, bulls are holding a pretty key level here. I think if we make new lows, I can see us dropping to 39 first, seeing how we react there. And then anything below that, I can see us filling this 4-hour RTH gap. So I'll probably be focusing solely on ES today. The only thing I am looking at other than ES would be silver. If anyone is trading silver today, I probably won't. But the next target I have for silver is 86.35. I know PAX has a similar level up there. Fib level here, that's where I would want to see how sellers react if they step in, start to push price back down. But my main focus will definitely be on ES.
Tanya, did
what I
she
have
say
so far.
that the Nasdaq's toxic, but she's trading silver? Did I just hear that?
I will only trade silver with just one micro, and that will have me like really stressed out. Heart palpitations, palms are sweaty.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. He's vomiting
Yup.
on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. He looks calm, but on the surface, he looks calm and ready.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
that's
production's
a
gonna
clip.
clip that.
That's a clip.
Oh, brother.
You-
Wait, one last thing. I'm sorry. I wanted to just say, I'm gonna probably wait for the first 30 minutes of market open. Just want to see what we do there. Wait for that opening range to pan out, and then I want to see if this current 4-hour candle can close above 70s. This is a level I've been talking about since last week. If we do close above 70s, I do believe that we can start making our way back up to the upside, and then I'd see how we react at that 7,000 psych level. That's what I'm eyeing.
God, it's going to be a great dynamic watching you guys, especially on a day like today with the Nasdaq and the S&P. We've been talking about who's fighting for leadership here. Nasdaq's trading a little bit weaker, while S&P is still holding on. Be curious to see if you guys are going to be getting in similar trades or even opposites, because the tape so far has been showing that sometimes intraday where you're having Nasdaq and S&P with that little bit of divergence. Like I said from the beginning, really looking forward to seeing the two of you here today. Chat, show some love. Hit that like and subscribe for Tanya and Salma here on this Monday morning, as it's going to be a very busy day. We see Pax is in chat, and I don't even know what is he screaming now. Let me see. Selma's right in caps. No, easy peasy. I'll have to go back and dissect what he was saying, but glad to see Uncle Pax, as they call him. He's Big Brother Pax to me in chat.
He says,
again, everybody.
"Where's your tan?"
My tan? Smart
Yeah,
ass.
he's hating.
Well, I was inside a lot. Shade. I live in Naples. I came back. It's actually hotter here from where I was. So who knows? There's that. I'll be tan in a couple weeks. Give me a minute. So, all right, everybody. I'm out for today. Tanya, Salma, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys in chat.
Thank
Care
you.
Deli.
All
What's
right.
up?
And that's just you and me.
This is my first trade the open, and I don't think I could have traded this with anyone else.
Aw.
Yeah, Tanya,
just
you're
yeah.
you're good. You're a good person to like ease into with.
Oh, that's good. That's great. Yeah.
How was your trip?
Oh yeah, it was so fun. It's beautiful, and yeah, it was crazy. I don't know. It was awesome. Super beautiful and like just warm. It's nice to get out of the New York winter.
I know.
Oh, you're in Jersey, so you know how it is.
Yeah, you left perfect timing.
Oh yeah. So here it was like 20 degrees when I left. That's true. That's true. Yeah, and it's funny because like down there, like the Bahamians, they're wearing like these hoodies and everything. It's like 75 degrees and sunny, and they're wearing these like hoodies and they're putting the hoods up like they're cold over there. And I'm like chilling, I'm in the water.
Tanya, that's actually funny because this past week it's been cold, but it hasn't been as cold. And I've just been telling everyone, I'm like, dude, this feels like spring. Mind you, it's like 40 degrees out, and I'm
Yeah.
just loving it. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's 40 degrees, I'm like, oh, I could just go out in just a hoodie or something, you
Yeah,
know?
40 degrees in January on the East Coast. Can't
Yeah.
beat it. Can't beat it. What's up, Shab?
Hi, Shab.
Do you typically trade before the market opens, or do you just kind of hang out before then?
Nah, hang out. I'm like charting. I'm trying to formulate a plan.
Yeah, I think my plan right now consists of waiting. Just have to see how this candle closes.
Mm, let's see. Which candle are you looking at? Which closure? Before?
This current 4 hour, yeah.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
haven't even seen what NQ is doing. Let's see.
We don't have high impact news.
Yeah, no, we don't. Around 1 o'clock we'll have the auction, but even that I don't think will move us too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Nasdaq's holding this 0.618 fib level I have here, 25,706. Below that, things can get a little dicey. Probably say we would sweep 525 if we drop below.
Previous day low. Okay.
Oh, I think another thing I forgot to mention when Anthony was here on the 4 hour, if we end up making a new low, I think this would be like a head and shoulders that it plays out. So like even on the hourly, it might be a little bit cleaner to see, but you have one shoulder, the head, and then this other shoulder forming here, causing for another leg down. So there's a lot of things that can pan out today, which is why I want to wait.
Yeah, valid. I mean, I see the ES. Yeah, we on Friday we took out those all-time highs, looks like. And then Nasdaq didn't. Okay.
Yeah. Looks like chat wants me to play NQ. Not gonna fall for it.
It's like it was funny when you were t saying like, "Oh no, I'm never gonna do it." I'm like, "Never say never. We'll see in a few months. We'll get her,
You
chat."
know what it is? Like I've traded, I've obviously I stick to micro, so I've traded like M and Q before, and I've put on like M and Q and MES positions at the same time. Don't ask me why. But like
Mhm.
every time, for whatever reason, it just seems like NQ is always faking me out. I guess it would
Yeah.
be it's one of those like things where you have to be really, really precise with your entry and then you'll be fine. But if you're someone who's like, I don't know, if you're front running something 15, 20 points prior to a level, then
Oh
you're
yeah.
kind of asking to get cooked. So I just
Yeah,
stay
you
away.
can't be front running on the Nasdaq for sure. Like
Yeah.
it's probably gonna take out that level. So it teaches you to be super like patient with it. Yeah, you're right. Like oftentimes, yeah, when there's a deviation at like a low and there's a divergence at a low, um, it's typically Nasdaq is that's the one taking out the low and ES doesn't.
Yeah. And go figure, I'm always trying to short the stronger pair, the stronger one out
Mhm.
of the pair.
Let's see.
I will say though, yesterday, before market opened, before we had the 6 p.m. open, before the news came out and everything, I was looking at ES earlier in the day, and I looked at the 4 hour close that we had on Friday. We made new highs, right? We pushed price back above. Seller stepped in right before the close, pushing price back down. We had what like strat traders would call a fail to up, or a CRT, basically where we have like a failed break to the upside. And
Mhm.
I was eyeing this for the 6 p.m. open, and then I ended up getting busy, wasn't around for that. And it was just a beautiful short. And then I believe, like, I think news just accelerated that move to the downside.
Right. And I think the news is like a proposed cap on credit card interest and talk of investigating Jerome Powell. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Powell's the reason why this pushback down got really accelerated.
Hmm. Really interesting. Let's see here. Powell.
Oh, look, Pax here says if we stay under 69.80 in ES, we target 69.35. Yeah, I have similar levels packs. I have about 69.39 as my target. If we stay below 69.70. This is really good stuff. I need to write that down. What is the multi-frame candles you are using? I see multiple. The one you would want is called, hold on. It's called MTF candles. Here, it's this one. It's by Is That Tyler. You can take a screenshot or write it down. This is an interesting level that we're going to open up on. Isn't that a different screen name?
Mm-hmm.
Kelson, this indicator, it just helps me for example, when I have mine set for like the 30-minute and the hourly. If I'm on a different time frame, I can still see what 30-minute and the hourly is doing. So like, for example, I'm on the 15-minute right now. This right here is the 30-minute. So I don't need to necessarily be on the 30-minute time frame to see what's happening. And then same for the hourly here.
Hmm.
Tanya, you don't really use indicators, right?
No, not really, actually.
Yeah, your charts are clean.
They're clean, but
They
sometimes
are. No, it is. I would say
drawings myself on them, that's why. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I put enough drawings on them myself.
I used to do that with like the key levels, and then I got a bit lazy. Just ended up finding an
Oh yeah, you
indicator
can
for
find
that.
like I have like indicators that tell me like what the 8:30 midnight opens are.
Oh, Tanya, last week I manually labeled the midnight open. And
Huh.
I've just done that because, I've seen how like price reacts to that level in the past. So I've
And I,
been a little bit like conscientious of it. And then someone in the chat was asking like what's the relevance of it? And I didn't really know from like an ICT standpoint. I just kind of like take little nuggets here and there from different strategies. So if you wanted to just kind of like explain what the relevance of it is or why you guys, keep track of it.
well, the midnight open is basically I think the best way to tell them is like just see the reactions at the midnight open, you'll
That's
see.
exactly what I did. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Because honestly, from
I don't
like an
really know the
ICT,
theory.
yeah, I don't know either. Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna get deep about the theory, really. I don't know.
I thought there was, I don't know if it was like a macro like time frame or
Uh, uh, no. Macros are kind of like the end of just like the hourly. That's what people say when they say like macro. I mean like the last 10 minutes of the hour into the next 10 minutes of the next hour. They think
hmm
that, which I can kind of see if there's if there's oftentimes 10 a.m. news and stuff like that, and 11 a.m. is like the London close. So the 10
Yeah.
minutes leading up to it, people are often rebalancing their positions or taking profits and things like that. So you can see movement there. I like trading the most like during 10 a.m.
Yeah, I like to wait too,
Okay.
especially on a day like today where we just had a crazy gap down.
Yeah, exactly. We have a big move.
Yeah. Jose in the chat is asking me how to use or plot your fibs. So it kind of depends on like what you're looking for. The fibs that I have drawn right now are just on a higher time frame from high to low, but you can draw them on basically anything. Like if I wanted to, I could draw my fibs from, the high that we just made on Friday to this most recent low. And this would basically be like, the way to explain this would be you're drawing fibs on an imbalance candle, right? We had one sharp move to the downside. So if you wanted to see where we could potentially reject on ES, if buyers started to step in and push price up, you would want to look for like, the midpoint at 983 or the 0.618. So drawing fibs is really subjective to what you're looking for specifically. They work, and I found very good success in using them.
Okay. Yeah, I like using fibs as well. The 618
Yeah,
to like the 786. That level is known as like the golden zone.
the golden pocket,
Yeah, the golden pocket.
the GP.
Yeah. The G? Okay.
The GP. Yeah, that's like what if you
Okay,
get
yeah.
lazy and don't want to type the whole thing up.
No,
But
I was just talking with like a friend that there's just so many acronyms, and then but that's like within every industry, there's so many acronyms to know.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I do believe though that like if we end up holding the structure of like the higher highs and the higher lows, we will obviously make new highs again. And then my first target for all-time highs would be 70.37 on ES.
Okay.
Would you mark this like 4-hour FVG? I
See.
don't, I personally don't know how FVGs really work.
Yeah, honestly, it's so big.
So
I
you
think
would or you wouldn't?
in the end all be all, I think like I'm gonna mark out the gap down. It's gonna be very similar to that 4 hour FEG.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you just mark the gap instead?
It really depends how big, like, how
Yeah.
big it's like there's no point in for me at least having a zone that's like 150 points large.
Do you have like a specific amount of like
What I'll
points?
do is I'll probably put like a fib up there. I don't really love this chat too much because like yesterday we have a divergence with ES at the high at like the
Yep.
all-time highs or Wednesday's high, and then like we have also a divergence at the previous day low. So I hate it when there's like on both sides, so you don't really know. But I'll put up like a fib there to see where it retraces to.
Yeah, yep, yep. That's where you would, I mean, I would do that as well just to see like where price would reject.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Chat just came up with their own acronym.
What is
AWNTL.
It's AW?
Always watch NinjaTrader live.
Oh, wow. I like that.
Someone write that down.
Write that down, write that down.
You know that one GIF of like SpongeBob and Patrick? Write that down.
Mm-hmm.
Bro. I really think we're at a key pivot level here on ES. It'd be very interesting to see how we react at the open. I'm dead.
Pourquoi? Why?
Someone goes, AWNTL is pronounced ontil, as in, hey, do you ontil?
Okay.
Do you always watch NinjaTrader live? Chat is funny.
All right. Let's get started. Let's see what's going to happen here. It's the open. What do the chat say for their bias?
Oh, is there a poll? How do we check that? All right, guys, here we go. I'm gonna make Pax proud and I'm gonna mark the first 30-second candle.
Chat's 44% bullish, 34% bearish, and 23% neutral.
Here we go. All right, chat, moment of truth.
All right,
Damn.
yeah, I basically marked out like that gap down. We popped up quite a bit, like 50 points in that first minute. Okay, cool.
Yeah, buyers came in hot.
Mm-hmm.
I just know someone in the chat went long at the open.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's what happened.
Degens.
That divergence at previous day low. Decent. Okay, filled like half of the gap down already.
Yeah, this is insane. Let me draw it. Yup, we're at the midpoint on ES as well.
Okay. Yeah, 6 p.m. open was pretty gnarly there where they rejected. Okay.
All right, we're seeing some sellers step in here at the midpoint of this drop.
Yep.
I will say though, on the 4-hour, NQ looks much cleaner than ES for that reversal back to the upside. I like that previous 4-hour candle.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, it's definitely stronger than ES as of right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nasdaq is more, yeah, it's fast and furious pretty much. It's down like 0.4%. Yes is down 0.34%. It was like slightly weaker to begin with. Now it's definitely popped up quite a bit here at the open. I think I'd just rather, wait and see here.
Yeah, same here.
Does chat think that will fill the gap fill? I think that's likely. That's possible.
Yeah, I
don't know.
definitely think if we, gap fill, we're definitely going to be making new highs. I don't know about today,
Yeah.
but maybe with like CPI, we
But
have
yeah. When is CPI?
tomorrow, if I'm not
Tomorrow?
mistaken. Yeah.
I think
Then
so.
Wednesday we have PPI, so it's a jam-packed week.
Okay. Hmm. CPI is my favorite day of the week to trade.
Are you serious?
I mean, day of the month. Yeah.
Wow, you're a trooper. I can't say the same.
Like, I'm not trading the CPI release. I'm trading the New York's, the
Yeah,
after
yeah.
of it, the New York Open afterwards. And yeah, I mean, typically a lot of times it's a 10 a.m. reversal type of situation. So,
Yeah, FOMC, CPI, non-farm, those are like statistically like my worst days.
I think non-farm is a little trickier. I think it was last Friday was non-farm, right? Yeah, it was decent.
Yeah, yeah.
Non-farm is more back and forth. It's not like the morning, what was it? There was a drop that I caught and I ended up making money on the short. We ended up, closing up pretty decently. It's a lot of
Yeah,
not really a trendy type day for like where like oh the open will start off one way and continue for the rest of the day. Like the CPI typically is something like that. But even recently, I feel like what's the ATR been? Do you measure that or no? Let me see.
I have an indicator for that. What do you
Uh,
need it on NQ?
I got it. I got it. I do. Yeah, on the Nasdaq. Let's see. It's 315 over the last 5 days. Okay.
I think I have mine for, oh, wait.
And ES, it's 55. I check out the last 5 days just because I'm like a short-term trader like that. So I want to know if the volatility is like decreasing or increasing. Only using like the last 5 days or ranges increasing or decreasing. Okay. This is daily on the Nasdaq's funny. These wicks.
You can say that again. This is why I don't like the NASDAQ.
I mean, ES has got the wicks too.
Okay,
All
fine,
right.
fair. Yeah, we're strong here off the open. I just don't trust it. Oh, and Tanya, Wednesday we have the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. So Wednesday is a day to be cautious for sure.
It's PPI and Supreme Court ruling. All right.
Yep. Possible because they could just like postpone it like they did. I think it was supposed to be what, Friday? And then they postponed it.
Oh, really? Okay. They like postponing everything. It's great. How great is it now that the government's not shut down anymore and that we're actually getting these economic news releases?
Dude, I was saying I was so sick and tired of like December price action. And November was a little bit like iffy. Are you a fan of like when Trump tweets or not really?
Um, I feel like every time it's been like just randomly for me, I've gone like stopped out of a short when he tweets and it's just a random tweet. I'm like, come on, really? Why can't it go in my direction? I don't think
Yeah.
it's really happened or it's either yeah, it's like reversed. So I'm not really such a big fan of it. Um,
I hear you.
There's
For
something
sure.
on the calendar. I'm for it. Like when he has like some speech or something. But oftentimes he's late to the speech, so you got to be careful.
Dude, at minimum, he's late like 45 minutes.
Yeah, he's like 25 minutes late always. Um, Fair enough, Trump. Okay.
I'm still not touching this.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that? I wasn't trading much last week, and then I traded Friday. It was decent. And what I've just been seeing in this market is like, okay, you just have to be really choosy about your spots and, protect your profits. Sometimes I'm seeing, if it's getting to my 1R and I have like a high confidence that it will get there and like high probability, like why not just book the win there or book most of the win there if you're not
Right.
too sure about if it's forming a divergence there at that level and things are starting to look like they're reversing, a lot of times it is going to reverse and take out like and be choppy. That's what I've kind of been seeing. Okay, yeah, Nasdaq has popped up quite a bit here in the first 10 minutes of the day. We took back like 75% of that gap down, popped like 145 points. All right. Most of it was in the first, 3 minutes or so. We popped off 100 points. I'm not really one to trade straight at the 9:30 open. How about you?
No, no, I can't. Feel like I'm
Oh
asking to
yeah,
get
yeah.
crushed.
You get quite stressed out.
Yeah, I
Which it
like to
is.
like
It is like a
es-
lot.
especially like this where we like, overnight we had a crazy gap down and then it was purely because of news. I don't want to stand in the way of this open.
Yeah, me neither. And um I typically don't trade right at the
Yeah.
open 9:30. I like to wait at least 15 minutes or so. Typically I'm trading around 10 or so. Um
Yeah, me too. 10 a.m. we can ensure like I mean, doesn't apply for today, but by 10 a.m. we can ensure that all of the most of the important data has already come out and then you can trade the reaction afterwards. But yeah,
exactly.
this
Yeah.
is crazy. They're just pushing this up.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it fills the gap.
Dude, I mean, we're right there. I mean, we're
Yeah,
not too far.
there.
We're less than 10 points away on ES to fill the gap. Sheesh.
Yeah. Like 7,000s.
I mean, this is good though because bulls are showing up where they need to show up. Anything anything lower than the overnight low and bulls would have been in a sticky
Oh,
situation, in my opinion.
totally. They would have been in
Yeah.
trouble.
Yep.
But honestly, I feel like they're always showing up at the level and then they don't continue to show up at like the highs, So it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, but I like those days. I like when it oh sorry, I was reading chat, but I like when the market provides opportunities for both sides to like trade. I like being
Yeah.
able to be long and then flipping short and vice versa. Those are
Mm.
like the best days in my opinion. But let's see. This is for anyone who got long, that's that's great.
They're brave, definitely.
Brave and fortune favors the brave. So good job, guys.
Oh,
That
that's
was that was awesome.
nice. Definitely. Let's see. I'll mark out the highs there.
Someone said they're new here. First off, welcome. How did you figure out this
Yeah.
gap you were talking about? So, Seltman, if you wanted to see the gap, you would obviously have to wait until the market opened. So at 9:30, as soon as market opens, you can flip to regular trading hours. Doing so would have shown you that there is literally a gap between the last candle and the current candle. Now, since price is pushed up significantly, that gap is getting smaller and smaller. And then it would eventually fill once we meet the, what am I trying to say? Once we meet the low of the previous candle. So for ES, it would be 7,002.75. That would give us the full gap fill on the 15-minute time frame. And then if you wanted like a real life example of a gap that hasn't been filled yet, I will show you on the 4-hour regular trading hours right here. Friday,
Move
the
your chart
second.
a little bit more.
Oops, I thought.
Yeah. Oh, there you are.
All right, cool. Friday, the second, we gapped up.
Yeah.
And you can see that there's literally a physical gap between this candle and Monday's candle. And it still has not filled. We have not filled that gap. And once we do, it will fill at 69.08. So that is a gap. Yes, close below the 0.618. How'd NQ close on the 15-minute? Close above. Sheesh. It looks like NQ is the stronger one.
Let's see. Yeah, closed above that 618. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nasdaq has been stronger. She's the wild child.
Yeah. Bro, I literally can't. I don't know how you do it, Tanya.
You just gotta love the thrill of it.
I love the toxicity.
Yeah.
Hold on, we got another question about the gap. So you mean when market opens, we must change to RTH? You'd only change to RTH just so you can visibly see the gap. Then you mark it and then you can switch back to ETH. Or if you want to stay on RTH, you can.
Okay, I will see how the retracements get treated here.
Yeah. I mean, this 15-minute candle has even created an imbalance candle as well, where we can draw a fib on it
Yeah.
to see where we could potentially bounce.
That's what I do oftentimes. Yeah, we're just drawing fibs everywhere.
Dude, I love me a fib, so yeah, I love to use fibs.
I do the same.
And then like when you stack fibs and you get like a level that stands out.
Aligns, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that too. It's the best. Or extension levels.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you like just that much more
Confidence, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see though. We still have 13 minutes till 10. Is it common that we fill this gap? Never looked into it. Yeah, gaps will always eventually fill. Dude, are fibs in the room with us?
Always eventually fill all the way. I don't think they always eventually fill. There's some gaps that have never been filled.
I mean, if you want to like look back years, yeah, there are gaps that have not been filled, but typically
Like filled
for
all
the
the
most
way,
part.
you mean?
Yeah, filled all the way. There are some that are left still partials. But I would say for the most part we do
I would
fill.
say like the statistics favor them getting filled.
Yeah.
Just like what you can build the trading model off of, you know?
Yeah. Trader
This one-
Mike, real quick, I do want to say I misspoke. It's not always, they don't always fill, but for the most part, you can expect them to fill, especially when we are super close, you know, to the gap. Sometimes they'll fill just the midpoint and then reverse and then come back to it on a different day.
Okay.
All right, we see a little bit of divergence here between ES. ES is still a green candle here on the 15-minute. NQ is starting to drop a bit. I hate when they diverge.
This is like kind of normal. We'll see if we get some sort of retracement to work with.
Yeah.
See, chat was pretty neutral, like evenly split, 44 bullish, 34 bearish, and 23 neutral.
I think I put that I was neutral on today as well.
Yeah. The thing that makes me neutral is yeah, the fact that Nasdaq didn't take out that Wednesday high, ES did. That's already one divergence, and then it didn't take out the previous day low, the Friday low, and ES did. So it's really just 50-50 for me on what it wants to do. But so far, it
Yeah.
has had like a really strong open, so we'll see if it sustains it.
I was gonna say something and I forgot.
Uh-oh.
Edge alert.
Edge alert. It's wheat futures. And does anyone here trade wheat futures? That's cool. That's
I
what I
can't
thought
say that I
futures
have.
were when I was trading, stocks and options. I was like, well, I think that's just like for wheat or oil, stuff like that, commodities. Little did I know back then.
Little did you know.
Not
They
change
did
my
put a new
mind.
poll.
The Nasdaq futures specifically, yeah, because I was trading, yeah, QQQ and SPY options basically because I was like, okay, I was trading mostly big tech, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go simpler. I'm gonna just do QQQ and SPY for now. Simple everything. And then one of my friends was like, if you're just doing that, trade futures because there's no theta, there's no Greeks to go against you. And I was
Yeah.
like, well, okay, let me check it out.
Were you doing zero DTEs?
No, no, not so much.
Okay.
Sometimes. Maybe
Okay,
sometimes,
okay.
but mostly no, no. So
Yeah,
that's where it wasn't
zero
like,
DTEs are crazy.
oh, here, yeah, Nasdaq's just freaking going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not stopping.
So it didn't even retrace within to that like even 50% retrace into a small 5 minute imbalance, and then we popped off again. We're almost at that gap fill chat.
Yeah, 2 points away on ES for that gap.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, they posted a poll in the chat. Are you interested in a NinjaTrader live newsletter? Daily prep, exclusive streams, giveaways, meetups, etc. Everyone should be voting yes.
Luke said, Tanya, you don't trade lumber or cocoa futures. Nah, but I was definitely following the cocoa futures chart when I went to my coffee shop and they were like, oh, we now increased the price of a hot chocolate to $10. I was like, whoa, 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 let me pull up this chart right now. And it's insane. It is a crazy chart because they had like bad weather, and they had like a pest eating up all the cocoa like supply. So it was wild.
I'm dead. Tanya was making sure that her coffee shop wasn't ripping her off.
I was like, holy moly. Yeah, when I saw that in the mocha.
It's hilarious.
Here's the gap fill. We're close to it. And yeah, I mean, honestly, if we get there, I'd probably just look to long retracements and such. I mean, if we close above here, we're just gonna have more upside. It seems like that we are always giving people a hard time holding overnight in both directions, right? Like, Any people that were long Friday went home long. They were like waking up like, what the heck? They might
I
have gotten
know.
out if they put like the yesterday's low for ES.
How about all the people who swung puts on options, thinking they were gonna wake up to a bag, and then
Yeah, exactly.
just
That's what it is. Like the open just screws people both sides over often. Yeah. So we'll see.
that's why swinging over the weekend's so freaking
Yeah,
risky.
totally. Over the weekend I don't typically swing. And like if you're swinging options and over the weekend, you're losing a lot of theta.
Yep. Yep.
So better not be weeklies unless yeah, you're looking for huge continuation or something, but typically not.
Yeah, that's why like I always tell
This market,
everybody,
yeah, we're not getting like continuations like day after day. What's this daily look like?
dude, there's just like not a single seller in sight. Come on. Um,
Are you are you rooting for sellers or you want like a retracement to long?
no, I want a retracement to long.
Yeah.
I wouldn't stand in the way of this.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? We just pushed 30 points in 30 minutes.
Not even 30 minutes yet. Yeah. That's pretty good. Hmm.
Oh wow, someone in the chat made 500 on their funded and
Nice.
6K on their eval. Beautiful.
Congrats.
Beautiful. Yeah, can you believe if this is just the move for the day and then the rest of the day is just like choppy or range bound?
What do you say? Imagine if the rest of the day is choppy and range bound.
Yeah, like what if this is the cleanest
Stop
move we would have
jinxing
gotten?
it. Because you know that's what ends up happening. Stop jinxing it.
Chat said it. I'm just reading it out loud. Oh God.
Stop bringing the bad vibes, bro. No bad vibes. Let's see.
Yo, I'm casting chop spells. No, I promise, just reading the chat. Like I mean, I could see that too though because we do have CPI tomorrow, and unless like Trump
Oh,
tweets
that's such a good
something,
point.
yeah, unless
I actually hate trading the day before CPI.
dude,
Literally that.
any red folder, even like FOMC is on a Wednesday, that Monday,
Yeah,
Tuesday, and like half of
yeah,
Wednesday are complete and utter.
yeah. That's where it's
I
like
don't even know what
maybe
to,
it is
yeah,
better those days to be trading pre-market because a lot of times it'll happen. It's like a pre-market move and then it'll do nothing for the rest of the this
yeah.
morning session. Like I've kind of noted that recently.
Yeah, but maybe they give us some clean moves where it's just like back and forth between sellers and buyers, and then we end relatively flat on the day,
Yeah,
where it's like, buyers push price up, we fill that gap, and then we kind of just linger around here, but still get some kind of clean price action.
totally.
Oh, and it's earnings this week. Earnings start up again, so the hits keep on hitting. Just,
Which earnings are there this week?
I think it's banks. I'll
Okay.
tell you.
Oh, it's not like big tech. Okay.
No, typically it starts with banks to kick off earnings. Let
All
me
right.
see. Yeah, banks and like airlines and stuff. It looks like we just filled the gap on ES.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. That's great.
So basically, it was a close your eyes and long type of open.
If only we could time travel back
A lot
30
of times,
minutes
honestly,
ago.
days sometimes end up being like that. But it's not my fault. There's no retracement for any entry, right? It would have been
Yeah.
slightly different if it gave a retracement to go for it. If you're a retracement trader, it's different. If you're a retracement trader, a momentum trader, I think you're a retracement
Y-
trader.
I actually like to play reversals, which might not
Reversals.
be, yeah, which might not be the
Me too.
best thing. Trying to pick tops and bottoms. But like for example, this 4 hour candle on ES, the way we closed on Friday, it was looking really, really bearish, and I would have liked to short that on Sunday. I just wasn't sure we would actually get the move. Obviously, the news came out and everything. Hi, Nick. Nick Fortick. We are at the 0.786 on ES here, though, where I do anticipate sellers to step in. Let's see.
What's the lowest time frame you'll go on? Only the 5, right?
5, yeah. What about
All
you?
right.
The 1
30
minute?
second.
Oh, I do 30-second just to mark Pax's opening
Oh,
range.
okay.
But
Gotcha.
that's about it. You actually take trades off the 30-second?
Sometimes, yeah.
Wow, good for you.
Sometimes. Sometimes, if I like you said, I'll be a reversal trader and I'm like, okay, this might be a fast reversal and I'd like to get in on a retracement and I think, you know, on the 1 minute, sometimes I wouldn't retrace that level, the imbalance, like the fair value gap. So I'll go on the 30-second to take it off of there, essentially.
Yeah, that's great.
You can also just, it's eyeball it off the 1 minute too. Just
I feel like I'd get super faked out on anything.
you could like that's the thing. It's like if you don't see a trade on the higher time frame, 15-minute for me at first. If I don't see something on forming on the 15-minute, then like anything going lower from that, it's just like I'm going to be making up things that are lower probability setups and
Yeah.
likely probably not going to work out well. It's like when you zoom in too much, then you're going to get confused and just like absorbed into something just really not that relevant, not part of the bigger picture. So basically, that's what I thought. It's like, okay, so as an example, I'm pretty neutral still in the day, and yeah, unless we get like a decent retracement back to this 15-minute, and when we get pop off from there,
I mean, if we get a retracement, I could see it happening now.
yeah, same.
But yeah, so sometimes because I do use the 15, 30, and hourly time frame, sometimes it's a little bit difficult when I'm on the 1 hour segments on stream to kind of have whatever play I might get into actually work.
Form. Yeah,
Yeah, and to form, yeah.
to to form. Yeah, totally, and get your entry. Sometimes are you ending the stream and you're still in a position?
Yeah, a lot of the
Okay.
times. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Do you swing?
yeah. No, because I'm on props. So if you want to consider holding from 6 p.m. open to next day into New York session as a swing, then sure, but never through the actual close.
Yeah, okay. Got you.
Yeah.
So like you'll exit it and then like re-enter at 6 p.m. And like Jade.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know, I think Jade Cat does that too, right? Or he used to do that. I think I
Yeah.
heard him say
Yeah,
that
he
before.
said he would do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Hmm.
So if this is indeed a trend day back up, um, to the upside, I would look to see how we react at the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. 9 EMA is my go-to to ensure that it is indeed an uptrend day or a downtrend, whichever direction. It's what would give me the confidence to go long.
What are you gonna use?
The 9 EMA. It's this if you're looking at my chart, this
Oh,
pink,
okay, okay.
this
Gotcha.
pink
Yeah.
line here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to use all that
I love the 9 EMA.
when I traded like stocks. Yeah. You like the 9 on the 5 minute?
5, 15, and then if if I really wanted to do the 30, I would, but it's a little bit of overkill on the higher time frames.
Cool. Hmm. So Salma, when am I gonna come over to your place,
Jersey?
fix your background?
Do you know what? I'm gonna actually text you a picture right now. I want you to see there's 2 boxes that have been sitting in my office since Black Friday. So for like almost 2 months now that have been unopened. I've been meaning to open them up so I can
Okay, so
actually
you need
put
someone
stuff
to
on my
help.
wall.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, but I can't do it alone. Like I need my brothers or something to like help me.
you have to like, is it like heavy lifting?
Yeah, I mean they're like yeah, to put the panels on the wall, I can't do it alone.
Oh, what I do? You can just hire TaskRabbit or something too.
What the heck is TaskRabbit?
It's like a website where you hire people to do stuff for you. Like, if you want
Didn't
to
even know
build
that
like
was a
a
thing.
shelf or even like stand in line for you or cleaning lady, anything pretty much.
Whoa. Someone said sounds sketchy.
It's like Craigslist, but it's verified because you pay like an extra fee, kind of. Yeah. Um, yeah.
Yeah, look at the
I've
text I
used
sent
them to
you.
like get goop off of my like the stickiness because I had panels up. I wanted to
Off
take
your
them
wall.
and I got them to do it. Yeah, it's like some like yeah, tedious stuff that they're professionals or things like that.
Well, we have a lot of Jersey people in the chat.
New Jersey, what do you guys think? Is what's better, New York pizza or New Jersey pizza?
Oh, Tanya, don't start this debate.
Oh no. There was only one right answer.
New Jersey, yeah, yeah.
No.
But look, I'm gonna show the chat. Like I have 2 boxes sitting in my office just waiting to be
New York.
unboxed.
Someone wrote Mexican pizza. What even is that? I don't know. I know Hawaiian pizza. I think Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada. The pineapple part of it.
Yeah, I don't even know. I think that's blasphemy though, putting pineapple on
Never.
pizza.
Yeah, never.
All right, come on, come down so that we can get an entry on longs.
Come to mama. Come to mama.
You're funny. So that was a beautiful rejection though on ES, like perfect to the T at that 0.786 on the fib, off the fibs.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see the 5 minute on NQ. Yeah, same thing on NQ.
What's like the most point risk you'll take? Do you care about the points? Amount of points?
No,
Would-
not really. Like I base like my stop loss and my TP on the actual like off the chart. So
Yeah.
if it's
On like the okay.
sometimes it'll be like 500, sometimes it'll be like 200, like whatever the chart is giving me, then I'll go with it. But obviously when you're on these props and you have like minimal drawdown, you have to be a little bit like careful and almost tighten your stops up a bit.
Yeah. Hmm. Like points wise, would you take like a 15-point stop on the ES?
I mean, I would, yeah. Like if that's where I think I should place my stop, then yeah, I would. I don't necessarily have like, I have to be within 10 points or 5 points. But I also size lighter than like probably lighter than, the way you trade. I'm on like 5 micros, maybe 10 max. What's your typical sizing, Tanya?
Like yeah, same for Nasdaq. I feel like 7 micros or so
Yeah.
on those like on the props. On my own personal, I'll take like two, 3 minis. But I'm kind of sizing down on that right now too because of the fact of there's not really great price action where it's a lot of continuation and clear PA where you could hold something and it goes to your second, third targets without it retracing and stopping you out, break even or stopping you out at the original stop. So we're basically taking like 7 micros, five, yeah, essentially.
That's been like super annoying too recently with like the price action. No real follow through on plays. And it's
Yeah.
for me, it's a little harder to scalp. You can't really scalp like, I mean, you could if you wanted to, but it's just really hard to scalp when you're A, already size light, B, you're on ES, and C, you're not a scalper by nature. So
She
for
got
me,
the A
the
C's for you.
yeah, freaking oh my God.
Okay.
Oh, someone said, why not just risk the same amount of money and let TradingView calculate the amount of contracts? Can we even do that? I'm not sure. If we can, you just tell me something new.
Of calculating the contracts. Honestly, we can get someone, maybe Mike Burke, to help us out.
Oh yeah, if there's anyone that can do it, it's Mike.
Let's see. Mark Mosqueda says he loves pineapple on his pizza along with jalapenos.
Oh my God, that's a crazy mix.
Wild.
That wasn't me, guys.
No, that's a meme. Brother, that's funny. Tanya used to live upstairs from the Crocodile Lounge and got to keep their pizza paddle when they closed. Why? Why were they helping you keep? Why were you keeping the pizza paddle when they closed? I feel like they need that the next day. Were you there at the open? Chicago deep dish?
I've
I've
never
never been
had
to
that.
Chicago. Yeah, I gotta go to go try it out. I've only had like Pizzeria Uno deep dish, and I'm sure it's not the same. Salma, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'll say hi in the chat and then that guys,
Okay.
my name, OGS.
Oh, they went out of business. They gifted it to you. Oh, probably. Maybe they put jalapenos. But that's a different guy. Jalapenos on the pizza is wild, bro.
I think I'm gonna set a limit here on ES
Oh, there's
for
Chicago thin pizza.
longs.
Sounds good.
See, might move around my stops and TP, but let's see what we have here. We get filled. But yeah, guys, I have a YouTube, but I don't really like use it or post on it. I was actually telling Tanya that when we met up and she was telling me I should post more.
Yeah, I should post more too. I'm gonna definitely post more. I've been working on that for this year. It's a major goal.
Yeah, I think I want to like target TikTok more than anything at the moment. But even then, I'm not really making content. Like, it's tough, dude, when you're trading and you have all these things going on, and then you have to make content as well. Like, that's a full-time job between like
Yeah,
thinking of ideas, actually recording it, editing it, posting it, and then having that like streamlined.
100%.
It's tough.
It's two full-time jobs then. Yeah.
Yeah. Is ICT in the chat?
I'm not sure. Didn't see him.
Oh, he is.
He is?
He is. He says, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Oh,
morning.
hi, Ariba.
All right, let's see.
Oh, he streamed today. Makes sense.
Where's this level here?
He finished.
Oh, I see. ES is holding previous month's high as support. I don't know if we'll get my fill a little bit lower.
Kind of wild how different they look on the monthly there.
Let me see.
Nasdaq's not even close to previous monthly high.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Yeah, NQ has a long ways to go to make all-time highs.
Yeah.
Dude, wow. But 700 points or so. I mean, let's be realistic though. If NQ wanted, it can do that in a day.
It
It really
has.
could,
We
yeah.
would need some sort of major news for sure. It could. What's the range for today so far in the Nasdaq? I feel like it's a pretty big range. Even we're still inside yesterday's range too. 326 and the average ATR is 315. That's why basically I'm like not, especially starting the open, wasn't in a rush because we already had from the open had hit 300 points on the
Yeah.
day. Hmm.
How'd you calculate that? Can you do that again? I'm watching your chart
Oh,
now.
I press the shift button and then drag it up.
Oh, nice.
Then you can see points and minutes. Yeah.
Let's try that out.
Yeah, ICT ended the stream. What's up? And he's here now. Tomorrow is CPI.
Yeah, like for example, on a day like tomorrow, if NQ wanted to, it really could push up that 700 points and make new
Or-
highs. Don't take my word for it, guys. I'm just saying hypotheticals here.
100%.
Okay, it looks like it ES doesn't want to come lower. It's a 15-minute look in.
I need to go to Chicago. What's up, Pax? And me and Pax can do a part 2 little podcast.
Where's my invite? I've never been to Chicago.
Okay, girls trip to
Let's go. Someone says, I'm new here. I
go in
know
the summertime.
Tanya,
I've heard that. Yeah.
but who is Salma? Salma is me. I don't know how to answer that question.
Wait a
Uh,
minute. Who are you?
Clearly, you don't tune into the midday streams.
You know that meme? It's like,
Yeah.
wait, who are you?
And if you don't know, now you know. Salma is one of our regular streamers. Yes.
Oh man, bro.
Someone asked me if I'm in Florida. I wish I was in Florida. If I lived in Florida, guys, I'd be outside all the time. All the time. I wish we had that kind of weather here.
It was funny when Salma was visiting me. She was like, "This is so weird. There's people like on the street here walking around
Yes.
when you live in a walkable, neighborhood."
Dude, it's like,
You're like, nobody's walking. I like going on walks.
yeah, nobody walks here.
Which I get now, like someone was visiting from like Michigan and they were like, Michigan's colder, I guess, but like we just prep our cars and we just get in the car to drive somewhere. You guys actually are like walking outside to get somewhere.
Yeah, I think like the nearest like grocery store to me, well, like the nearest Trader Joe's is like 20 minutes away. You are in like walking distance of your
I don't know.
grocery
What are you
store.
even getting from Trader Joe's? Just snacks there.
What? No, I go to Trader Joe's for like everything I want to make for like my meal preps. They have everything. And they're super healthy too. And cheap. I spend like 150
Sounds like a
bucks.
Trader Joe's ad.
That sounds like a Trader Joe's ad.
No, they have a lot of loyalty there for sure. I heard that people, those tote bags that they're selling
Yeah.
from Trader Joe's, that people are reselling it in like England and Australia and they're going for like $500
What?
because they don't have Trader Joe's there. Yeah.
Let's start going and getting those tote bags.
New business idea.
Side hustle. Someone asked if I've been here for 5 weeks. Yeah, just about like, I don't know. I started from the NinjaTrader competition final. So like mid-November.
She won the freaking Arena Cup. That's who Salma is. The winner of the Arena Cup.
That was a crazy day. Yeah, I'm
That
excited for
was
the next
great. You
competition.
started off in the red and you made it back, and then you smoked everyone. Yeah.
Tanya, I
You
started off
were neck and neck. It was
last.
kind of like, I was first place for a minute, then I came, and then you guys, I was like, all right, I'm not gonna trade during lunch. Let's see if anybody. I was hoping that you guys would lose money, and I'd be like, like in tennis, you just have to wait for your opponents to make a mistake. But no, you
Yeah,
guys did great, surpassed me, and you won.
that
It was a
was that
fun
was
day.
a fun day, yeah,
That was
for
the most
sure.
fun I've had for like, yeah, an arena cup. That was a fun day.
Yeah, I'm excited if they do like any competitions again. I
That
like
was
the fact that you can only trade
okay.
like micros.
Yeah, yeah, 250K in cash prizes. It was wild. For us, it was for charity, but that was cool
Yeah.
for everybody else, and there was no cost to entry.
Yeah, guys,
It was
chat, if
fun.
you're listening, like the next competition, if it's open to everyone, you guys should all just join,
So then that's why you should join the newsletter that they're talking about when they
right?
make it.
Yeah, you never know. Honestly, I didn't think I would. It was my first time streaming. Um, it
That's
was
wild, yeah.
we were limited to like, a certain set of tickers that you could trade, certain sizing. So it was like challenging, but you never know what can come out of these competitions. When
Yeah.
is when
Typically,
is the
yeah,
next
yeah.
comp?
Was that your first arena cup?
It was my first competition in trading. It
Yeah.
was my first stream. It was my first time talking to like a
You did really
bunch
well.
of you guys.
Because my first couple of them, I didn't do well. I would would be up and then I would try a couple things and then I would be like tilting.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go into it thinking I'd win. I just went into it thinking like, screw it, I'm gonna just try, and that's what I did.
You got to do that.
Yeah.
So
Um,
it's wild. ES hasn't even retraced to get to your 9 EMA entry.
dude, I mean, now the 9 EMA has
Now the
gone up a
EMA,
bit.
9 EMA has shifted up. So are you going to shift that entry up? How do you do it?
I don't know because like right now if you're looking on the 5 minute, a lot of these candles are wicky, right? So we can potentially wick
Yeah.
below the 9 EMA,
Yeah. Mhm.
test that fib level that I have,
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for essentially.
and then the candle can
The
still
level.
close above.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like us to retrace to 50% of this move up for NASDAQ. This is kind of who put that chop spell because honestly, first 10 minutes we have not really done too much.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was just reading the
It wasn't
comments.
me.
Promise you that. Let me see. Like the 15 minute right now on ES, we're just holding the 15 minute OR high. But I feel like if we do start to drop, it can also come down to the midpoint that you were talking about, which coincides with the 15 minute 9 EMA.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's interesting.
Tanya, you just made them do a poll.
I made them do a poll. What did we do?
Ooh,
Should we do another arena challenge this month? Ooh,
this month. Ooh.
that's wild. I mean, there's nothing to lose, people. You got nothing to lose.
That's what I kept telling like everyone when I was like
Can you-
sharing
Mhm.
sharing the Ninja Arena Cup. I was just telling people like just do it. The worst that happens is
Yeah.
nothing, but the best thing that can happen is you place high enough and you win some cash prizes.
Or you learn a little bit more about yourself and how you
Right.
trade under a little bit more pressure.
Yeah. I can't believe you went and hit the gym that day, right?
Yeah, because I ended my session I was in first. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna continue for between us. All I needed to do is finish in first between us live streamers.
Right.
We got to win the charity donation in my name, and then so I was like, all right, I'm gonna head to the gym. I personally can't sit at the desk all day. That's like when my worst trading happens, where you know trade all day and then you leave your desk all messed up,
Yeah. Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
your face is all hot and you're like, oof, and you didn't even eat lunch and stuff. Nah, it's like gotta leave to think a little bit more clearly. That was, I think, my first time trading gold during that Arena Cup. but I don't think I did well. Like that's where I lost some money. Definitely, I think.
Oh yeah, I think like gold screwed a couple people that day. Yeah, yeah. But that was so fun because
Totally.
yeah, it was definitely a challenge for sure.
I think gold hit like all-time highs are 4,400 that day, and then it dropped like 80 points in 5 minutes or something right after that. I think I remember that. We were watching it at the end with Jim Cagnina. Yeah, it was fun.
Jim is so cool. I know he's here listening. Jim, I want you to know you're so cool.
Ladies, where do you place your fibs? I'll take like the swing low to the swing high it made. So for me personally, I took this like the fib from the downside. I took from Friday's high all the way down to that low we made during London session. But for example, here from the one we made from the open, this is a swing low that we have here from basically where the move started at the open. So I took that, the bottom of my fib, and now I'll like drag it out more to this. We just made a new high on of the session for NASDAQ.
Ooh, I just sneezed. For me, I have two sets of fibs drawn, and they're stacked right now. But the first one that I have is on the higher time frame, on the daily level, on the daily time frame. Sorry, can't speak right now. Hold on, let me show you guys. So the one that I have drawn is from the October 30th. Basically, this was previous all-time highs to the most recent low that we made on November 21st. I drew my fibs from there and then I did my extensions, and that's how I have these extension levels for when we do start to push past all-time highs. And then I also put fibs. Sorry, let me zoom in. This will probably look cleaner without all the indicators and stuff. But then I put fibs from Friday's high, which was all-time highs, to our most recent low that we made overnight, just so I can see where we might potentially reject. And you can clearly see here that we are struggling at the 0.786 now on ES. And this is how it looks on shorter time frames. So unless we break above this, then I'll continue to have these fibs drawn. If it breaks above, then I'll just delete it because the chances of us making new highs are obviously very high.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said before, guys, fibs are subjective. You can draw them however which way you want, as long as you know why you're drawing it.
We had that gap fill in the NASDAQ completely.
Completely filled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ES filled it as well. But I don't think we're getting that drop back down. I'll wait. I guess I'll push up my.
This is where the retracement might happen after the gap fill for the NASDAQ. I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, if I do see us to start to get weak around the 9 EMA on the 5 minute, then I'll jump to the 15, just because the 9 EMA would be down by that midpoint that we were talking about.
When did you start trading, Salma?
I think I told you this when we first met. I started trading around June of 2020-ish. So it was like,
Okay. Oh, we started around the same time then.
yeah, I mean, when I first started, I started in options, so I didn't even know futures existed at that point.
Me too, yeah.
And then I didn't make the full switch to futures. Last year, April is when I started to like actually day trade futures. Before I was day trading options. And I got like really frustrated with the theta. You know, we obviously were having a lot of news come out about like the tariffs and stuff. So I said, you know what, let me take my talents to futures. And then I would say around like summertime is when things really started to click for me for futures.
Mm-hmm.
It's when I started to kind of get those payouts. And then I saw, wow, like there is a lot of like potential from these prop firms, right? And so, yeah, that was like around the same time that Delhi reached out to me as well, end of summer. And then here we are. Haven't looked back
Here we
really.
are. Yeah, like isn't it gonna be really like awesome when we'll be able to trade futures on like Nvidia and like Tesla futures. I can't wait until I hope that gets approved, and I hope it gets approved soon because that
You
would
know
be
what? Like one thing I do like about futures is the fact that I can just focus on like one thing, whereas like with options, you have all these different companies and all these different like
yeah.
news and upgrades and downgrades and all this. Like for me, just being able to focus on like ES or you know, obviously I dabbled into the metals a little bit, but like just being able to focus on one thing has been so helpful rather than jumping from like company to company.
Yeah, I agree with that. I used to have all those like stock screeners and everything, and then had
Yeah.
way earlier. Um, but sometimes when I look at the Nasdaq and I'm like, and I look at like the heat map and I see everything's red and the Nasdaq's barely moving, it's just staying like sideways, but
Yeah.
Nvidia is keeping it up because Nvidia is up like 4% that day. Then I'd rather have the option to trade Nvidia longs for that day, for example.
I mean,
And
that
that's
makes sense too.
be
Yeah.
like a good option. Just it's also nice to just have more options.
You stopped like trading options fully, right?
I'll like swing trade them sometimes on mostly on indices and things like that. If I see like during the tariffs, I was swinging puts, but it would need to be like it's like a momentum trade continuation. If I have like a literally like a weekly level that I think we're gonna hit soon, then I'll do it. But recently, I haven't been swinging.
Yeah, I still trade options, just not, I just don't tr day trade them anymore. I like to swing and hold. But real quick on ES, we have 30-minute just closed. 30-minute candle on ES is an inside bar. I would like to see us take out the low of that 30-minute candle. And if it does, I will consider getting into shorts. And then I would write it down for, I don't know, 10 points or so on ES. Not expecting much.
Fair enough. Nasdaq hit the gap fill, dropping down a bit now. But maybe this is where we're gonna get that retracement.
I mean, you can even see it now that I'm looking at NQ. Previous 30-minute candle and then ES's 30-minute candle telling two different stories.
Yeah.
NQ made a new high day, closed green, ES closed inside,
Oh yeah, you have a
and a red
divergence there,
candle.
which is
Yeah.
decent. Decent divergence there.
Yep.
See, we'll see.
Salma, I watch the morning and close daily since it's mostly just gym. Where can I watch the midday that you all talk about? Guys, midday markets are basically whoever comes after me and Tanya today. I believe that's X, Y, and Jack. So basically the second segment that comes after trade the open, that's the midday markets. I trade that a lot. I'm on NinjaTrader Live for midday typically. This is my first trade the open ever. With Tanya.
How's it been so far?
I mean, so far so good. I feel like I have to be a bit even more patient now that I'm on live, you know?
That's how I started live streaming is just to keep myself more accountable.
Yeah, I will say like just the fact that I'm on live, you know, I'm talking to you and then we have all these people tuned in, like I'm thinking not just once or twice about an entry, I'm thinking three times, making sure everything makes sense. Whereas like maybe if I was alone, I just kind of maybe I would have already, you know, entered shorts, which is not good, guys. Patience.
Yeah, I like that. Like good call out there when yeah, that gap fill was a divergence. Now we are having like a break of a swing low.
Yeah, I hate when we diverge. I really, really
No,
do.
I like it.
Really? Well,
But
like
too off.
SMT divergence is almost like different though.
Okay.
I mean, like
You were
where,
just yeah, you were looking at like just like the 15-minute how it was still forming at that moment.
yeah, yeah, but like the
I'm just
30
looking at like
minute.
highs and lows. You don't have to look too much into feel that though. Okay.
All right, I think I'll try it and be a little risky and try it. We still didn't take the low out. Oh, there it is. All right, I'm gonna get into just 5. And I'm gonna set my TP at like 80-ish. And I'm gonna set my stop loss at the top of that previous 30-minute candle. We'll see what happens. Good. Yeah, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but worth a shot here. People in the chat calling us a good duo. Thank you guys.
Aw.
I almost wish that the wick on that previous 30-minute candle, like I wish this candle was reversed. The wick was to the upside rather than the downside. That would give me even more.
Oh yeah, so you like hear about how the wicks look like on the chart.
Yeah, like that would have been more like of a bearish setup for me if it was opposite. But still worth a shot here. If it takes out that high, I'm out. Chat is making up names for us. Tanalma is crazy.
That is funny.
Poll results are out for the poll that they asked about. Should we do another arena challenge this month? 77% said yes. 23% said no. Guys, what are we saying no for? This is literally the perfect opportunity for you guys to just, I don't know, potentially win money or just do it for funsies, just to say you did it.
Don't worry about it.
All right, come on, give me the flush. Don't let me down. Oh, somebody else is in this chat with me. I mean, in this short with me, in this chat.
Someone in the chat. Oh, Nasdaq, like, yeah, retraced it, broke down, just retraced to like 50% of what it broke down into and it rejected. It's like a 2-minute bearish FEG. It looks pretty decent.
Dude, I would love a drop on NQ to like 35. And then if they really wanted to, 18. Dude, I'm dead. Are you looking at the chat or no? You don't really watch chat,
You
right?
know, maybe potentially entering a short as well soon. So
Do
I'm
it.
just trying to see.
That one GIF. Do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. The chop spell, guys, whoever said that, they were onto something.
They were on to something for sure. Go.
Yeah, I'll join you on the short as well.
Let's go. Guys, when we short, like someone said, no shorts today. When we're shorting, we're not shorting for,
Not
a massive
for
move.
too much. Like I literally think that maybe like to here is fine.
What would
It's like a 1.3 R, so it's good enough for
43,
jazz.
40-ish?
Yeah, 34s.
Let me see. Yeah, 34s is good too because I don't know if you use like ORs at all, but I have it marked out as the midpoint for the 30-minute OR. And yeah, just a 30-minute. Like could be a good bounce area. They're just playing here. Like just drop it.
They're playing games.
They are. They really, really are. Yeah, Dividend Cake is saying this is just a bull flag forming, and that could very well be the case, but a lot of times these flags can fail. So it's worth a shot here, in my opinion.
I like the gap fill and the divergence. And I think that, yeah, it's worth a shot. Retracement.
Yeah. Tom Harrison, I mean, there's not really much we could do here. If we wanted to long, we'd just be long in the highs. So you would, if you wanted to long, if you missed the initial long at the open and you want a long, you'd want to wait for some sort of retracement.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-na-na-na-na-na-na.
If I got a better entry, would have been a 2R, but sometimes I just like hit the mark itself. It doesn't matter. It's fine. What you seeing the Jeopardy?
Yeah, this is like taking forever.
It's been like 2 minutes. Well, since I entered, that's true. You entered like a little earlier.
Yeah, I entered, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes ago.
Boo doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum.
Lee Trades says, I don't feel good on the short. If you don't feel good, exit. Cover, manage your risk. Also, another thing, I wonder if this like push to the upside was by the euros or was it by us? So like
Mm-hmm.
when we get euro close, we'll get an answer. If it's us, we should make, we should push higher once those participants are out of the market. And if it was them, then price should potentially go back down.
Yeah, you mean like the people like for the Europe close maybe taking
Yeah,
profits. Yeah, maybe.
yeah, or like what
Definitely
I'm trying to say
potential.
is maybe it was them that was, pushing us up. And then once the market closes for them, they're out of the picture. Now we could see sellers really flood in and push price down, or vice versa. Maybe it was them that was like selling us off, and now that they're gone, we can.
Nah, we'll see. So that was only like 10:30. Here we're dropping now.
Let's go, come on. Is NQ?
Yeah, it's dropping.
I want NQ to lead the way here.
It'll be good.
Yeah.
See how it goes. I want it to flush past that like 1034 low. Be perfect. Have a nice closure.
Someone was asking you in the
So
chat, no wait for the 1050 macro. You typically wait for that?
not like waiting for that macro. I'd like if it's around 10 o'clock, like I'm just gonna take the trade. You know, sometimes it does like end up happening like, oh, it's like premature on something and then it forms again. I'll take it again then during the macro.
Yeah.
Stop me out. But I think that that divergence is like lending its hand enough to me.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. I typically don't take into account like time of day unless
But
I'm
I'm not
just,
going to be super strict where I can only trade 20 minutes a day, you know, during that time frame. I think
yeah.
it's a good frame to be thinking about what the move might be. But fair enough, you know. Let's see. Like maybe during 1050 will come back again into that area and 900s and reject again. I don't know. We'll see. The point is like I don't want to miss the trade just because I being too way too. I feel like that's tightening your criteria by a lot.
Yeah, yep. I agree. Someone in the chat said I could write a 1,000-word essay on what I get out of AWNTL.
I don't
Let's
know.
go.
Okay, it'll be nice for the short to work out though. Let's see. Yes, we need Nasdaq is leading the way. We need ES to start dropping soon. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I think if NQ can lead the way, that would be great. It's been the weaker one the past couple sessions.
I just want it to continue from here, honestly. Like looking, I took out the last 15-minute low. Want to continue.
Yeah. Tanya, didn't you ask me if there are times where I take a trade and then I still hold it after
Yeah.
the stream? It seems like this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the one. How did you guys connect your prop accounts with TradingView based on NinjaTrader? Tradeovate. Tradeovate.
I want it to continue from here right now. If they come back up, I might even bail. I don't know.
Yeah, ES is holding on to this previous month high. Like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, Haiti, if you're on props, prop firms give you like a Tradeovate login. You can just use that to connect to your TradingView. Yeah, dude, buyers just won't stop showing up here.
Yeah, I don't like that here.
What's NQ doing? Let me see. I mean, NQ honestly looks way better than ES does. Even the way the hourly is looking so far. It's setting up for a nice short. Just ES being stubborn.
Yes, on the 5 straight up like just barcoding. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's why somebody was saying it's like bull flagging, but flags can, yeah, I
It also
don't,
like lost some. You can look at it the other way. It's losing some steam. It can't make, you know,
yeah,
higher highs.
yeah.
Let's see there. Let's see what Nasdaq does here.
It's all up to Nazi, I think. The schnaz.
I really wanted that continuation from there.
I mean, it could do it.
I don't think so, honestly. I feel like I might get out here at the break even. Hmm.
You're like on
I
NQ right
wanted to
here.
drop from there, basically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that off at like negative $100 loss. Yeah. Around that break even essentially, because I think that I wanted it to continuously drop from there.
Did
And
you
the
see
fact that
green?
the ES didn't. I saw green for like, it was like up whatever, $200 for a minute or so, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Um, but I just don't like the
How long it's taking?
yeah. I think that if that divergence happen, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't like it, love it.
Yeah.
We'll
I'm
see.
gonna hold. I'm just gonna see
Macro.
if
We'll see if time at 50 macro redoes it, then like maybe I'll get in, but I don't know. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're kind of in like a different kind of trade. I
yeah.
could have done a bit. Yeah, I don't love that it took out this tiny sell side coming back up again. So I mean, I'll see if it fails it again, then I'll re-enter. But don't really love
Darkness
it right now.
Darkness Shaw is asking, are we scalp traders? I'm not, but this is meant to be a scalp. This is meant to be just a like a quick trade, nothing too crazy. I'm not really bearish on the day here. Um, but just trading what I'm seeing in front of me.
Whoever called that, like, you jinxed it earlier. You're like, oh man, it's gonna be choppy later.
Yeah, yep. That was all me. I'm sorry, guys. Why take a short if you're not bearish on the day? Yeah, again, I'll
We're
explain it.
neutral.
Sure. Yeah, I am. I mean, this is obviously bullish. We had a crazy opening 30-minute candle. The reason why I'm short, I'll take off my indicators just so I can explain it a little better. We approached the 0.786 fib level that, wow, someone called me Nick 2.0. That's messed up, yo. That's messed up because every time I'm on stream, it chops and ranges and stuff. But going back to explaining why I took this trade. I have this 0.786 fib level that I explained earlier, how I drew it. We approached there, gap filled, and then we started to consolidate. We had I wouldn't say a bearish 30-minute candle close necessarily, but it was an inside bar, and I wanted to play it saying that if we took out either the high or the low, so it could have gone either way, guys. It took out the low, and so I took shorts there, and I want to target. Let me turn on the indicator back on. I want to target about 81, maybe 83 on ES if we get down there. That would be the 0.5 of my fib. And then I could potentially start looking for some long entries. But yeah, it's supposed to be just a scalp, guys. I'm not necessarily bearish on the day. I'm not saying that we'll make new lows or anything like that.
Yeah, it's like a retracement short.
Yeah.
But which is honestly one of the harder shorts to go with because, sometimes it's just that strong that it's not gonna retrace. So
Yeah,
that's
I
why I
mean,
kind of got out of mine. I'm like, mostly because like the Nasdaq made that new low, and ES didn't. It just made a small like short-term low.
took out the like 1006 low, which ES did earlier, but it couldn't make another newer low, and it was like slightly weaker. So why is it perking back up? Not in love with it.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna stop me out here. And if we do, then that bull flag pans out. But it was a good shot, in my opinion. I would have taken that setup any day of the week.
Yeah, it was a good shot, especially in going into the end of the morning session, maybe some profit taking.
Yeah. I mean, even how's the hourly looking? Look at the hourly on NQ. It's just a straight up like indecision doji candle if it closes like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. A lot of back and forth after a big push at the first 15 minutes of the day.
Yep. They just took me out. $200 loss there. Worth a
Okay.
shot.
Okay, fair. Mhm. Let's see here. The last 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see
That's
what they
We're
do
going
for
back to
that.
all-time highs for ES. It seems like we're like 10 points away from that, actually.
You know what? And like that's what the 4 hour like structure was showing us this morning is just these higher highs and higher lows. And bulls stepped in where they needed to. And I could so see us pushing past Friday's high. And then, guys, my first target would be 70.37. So if anyone wanted to like mark that level out.
Is it like a extension level?
No, so like my first extension level is actually 70.59, but I'm weird.
Mhm.
So what I did was after I got my extension levels,
Mm-hmm.
I drew basically a rectangle from all-time highs to my first extension level, and then I marked out that midpoint.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I think, potentially
Okay, fair.
sellers can step in.
Yeah.
So 37, 59, 80 are my next targets on ES.
Okay.
It looks good. I mean, overall, higher time frame structure looks good.
See if Nasdaq starts to wake up as well.
The schnaz.
Need that.
Dude, we literally sat through this entire chop.
That'd be like that.
Oh my God. Yeah,
They really do be like that sometimes.
we do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's small there, and then essentially Nasdaq just went to a really small. It was funny. I was like looking for this like 32s, and it really didn't get too far. It got to 67s, the first minor sell side, and that's essentially what you're gonna get sometimes. Um, yeah, I think that we're probably gonna head higher. I wonder what the Nasdaq's weaker now than the ES.
Yeah, it's been weaker for a couple sessions.
I mean, for a while now. It's like ES has been hitting all-time highs. It's just wondering when, if Nasdaq's want to get there.
You're gonna need some kind of red folder data.
I think that I want us to get to 26 100s for the Nasdaq. It's like we have all these smooth highs there. And I think that is it like um yeah, 129, 26 129. Yeah, the 26 120s area, I think. Those are all a bunch of smooth highs on the daily.
What's up,
Good morning,
guys?
good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Jack and XYZ.
Good morning, guys.
How goes it?
It's going good.
So far, so good.
Looks like they might be just getting ready to leave us in this range, huh? As you guys hop off.
Maybe. I mean, I
Perfect
hope that
timing.
maybe they'll like maybe now that that was like the little minor sell side takeout, now we'll, start ripping higher for you guys.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna hand over the baton of the chop spell to you guys. Let it just be chop all day long.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Can we decline it?
No, can't.
I'm trading the YM right now. It's a little less choppy, breaking out to you're on highs of the day right now on the YM. But the structure in the YM this morning was different with the ES and Nasdaq bidding immediately off the open, and the first 5 minute candle was down over 200 points in the YM. So I picked up along there earlier this morning, and then on that first pullback that we had just at 10 o'clock, I bought my second opportunity long. Still looking for a gap fill because we're down 90 points still in the YM. So I'm kind of targeting up towards the high of the gap fill. But yeah, I mean, along MNQs as well here on this pullback, still anticipating new highs for that. I don't think it's too choppy yet. I've seen worse. I'm not
Not too
disappointed.
bad.
So
What is AWNTL?
Always watching NinjaTrader live.
Always watching. I'm always
Mhm.
on it every day.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
gotta get a
Did you guys just
24
coin this morning?
Yeah.
Chat made it up.
Chat? Yeah, you never let chat run away with stuff. You never know where they'll take it.
Did you guys take any trades? I know, Jack, you're in some longs. What about UXY?
I only took one. It was a 90 MA retest. Let's see what time this was. Probably an hour ago. Just the first rebid, took it up to what is now the high day. As soon as they failed it twice, so they tried the high day twice, and then they couldn't do it, so I just took the whole trade off. To me, it's a little tricky. We're approaching a low volume area, which was the high for now. So it was either, hey, look, they're gonna go and just rip through it now and trade through it, or they're likely going to pull back. I didn't want to sit through a pullback, so I took everything off. I think it was somewhere in the 870s, were my fills, and we're looking at the 920s for exit. So that's usually a good one and done for me, especially in this kind of environment. I don't see anything for myself to get into as it stands, especially with just how it's just holding this range. We do have a bunch of thin volume under, so if it does slip, it could slip pretty far, but they're not getting anything on the downside. So what I would expect now is that we're just going to continue higher. And even if that were the case, I don't have anywhere to get on with proper risk management, so I'm just locked out for now.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I didn't really see a place where we could long because me and Tanya decided to wait for the first 30 minutes. And of course, first 30 minutes is exactly where we had all the moves. And then we just sat in this chop. We did take an attempt at shorts, got stopped out. I still think it's valid as long as ES can, reject 7,003. As long as we reject that, I think shorts could still work. And I'm not looking for anything crazy. I would just look for like a
pullback.
possible, pullback for a reentry.
It's tough, like looking at NQ's 1 hour, these two bars. This is a pretty good hold and continuation bar that just closed. It's a really hard fade, but
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm thinking we're
that's
probably gonna head higher to Friday's high for NASDAQ.
yeah,
The
yeah.
2600s maybe. We'll see.
Hope so for Jack's sake.
Yeah, well, I like the
Yep.
way we open here. So Friday bid all day. We go into the weekend, Sunday night, start selling off into really a European session low. But anytime we're opening below the mid of the prior day, and we've, my bias is overall long the markets right now. I mean, we're basically right up on all-time highs. We've been having buyers and we're opening near the bottom of that prior day range. As soon as I see a switch, that's why you had that immediate vacuum back to the upside. That's one of my favorite setups is when you even in a bear market, if you're closing at lows of the day, the previous day, and all of a sudden you're gapping up 300 points. I mean, the previous day was selling all day. It's the opposite here today. Friday, buyers all day. We open up near the low of the range. And then within the first 5 minutes, I mean, if you weren't long going into the open, I think it was pretty hard to
to get long, and that's why I flipped over to the YM for my first trade, because that market was weaker with the rest of the indexes seeing a vacuum to the upside. But yeah, once that chop started after the first 10 minutes in the ES and the NASDAQ, there hasn't been a great opportunity to get a deeper pullback. But
Yeah,
I
sounds good. Well,
agree.
good luck on your longs,
thank you.
and I hope YM catches up. Yeah, we'll be watching.
Cool.
Cheers. Good luck and good trading, guys. I'm
Take
gonna head
care,
out.
Tanya. Later, Salma.
See you
Bye,
guys.
guys. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely one of my favorite things to look for. And everybody in chat, if you find that I try to go into every single day with some form of a bias in the higher time frame direction, and you can have a neutral bias too, but overall you have to be thinking, am I really bearish this day? Am I bullish this day? Now, most days, both sides of the market, there's money to be made, but also a lot of the time there's a pretty clear trend where the better trade exists. And for me, that side of the market was to the upside here today. So we'll see if we can push through this highs in the Nasdaq. I think we got a good chance of taking out the prior day's high up at 25,985, and like I said, the YM. I'm hoping we can get up towards a gap fill.
Yeah, we still haven't peaked outside of overnight range, so at this point, I do fully expect it to be to the upside as well. It
No,
would
we're not.
it would be pretty crazy if it
If
did
we
it
took out the
downside.
overnight low,
Yeah, it would be it'd be
we
pretty
would need
insane.
Jerome
So.
Powell stepping down or something. A lot of news over the weekend. We're invading Iran next. Jerome Powell's getting indicted. Market
All that
scared.
news, and look where we are now,
Right?
trading the highs.
What's up? Good morning, everybody. We got the
Good morning.
girls
Good
on, the girls off, the boys on.
morning.
It's like middle school, They got
Gave
the
us
girls on one
the
side.
chop. Uh, Here you go. I expected this. What happened to the birds? They ended up where they were going to the whole time. If you're not firing Kevin Patullo, this is where it was going to be. I feel relief that hopefully the experiment is over. So now I can watch football as a neutral fan. Good morning, Shab. Good morning, Chris. No girls allowed. This is our treehouse now.
What is that movie? A Little Rascals?
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a classic. Such a classic. But we allow girls though. They say women make better traders because they're more emotionally stable. I don't know how true that is, but it's something I've heard. Men are
Chat
all
can tell
over
you.
the place. Alpha. I wake up looking like alfalfa some days.
XY not wearing a bird hat, Jags rocking the Bears. Yeah, by the end of the first half, I already looked. I was like, look, at this point, it's just a competition of who gets to lose to the Bears. Forget it.
Oh man.
Whoever said that obviously didn't know my ex.
Also, I think at least growing up, you think about like school, girls are way better at school than guys, in my opinion. I was not a good student, so maybe they're better at learning to trade too. Definitely better at listening. Yeah, the Bears. What about them?
Bears working with some demon magic, man. I'm telling you.
We got the Pope on our side, man.
Insane. Yeah, insane.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the game this weekend, but
You going to the next Bears game?
yeah.
That's gonna be what? Oh yeah. Yeah, the Bears are gonna go see the Seahawks most likely.
Actually,
I
don't
think
know.
the Bills go to the Bowl at this point too.
It's here. 11% move for copper. Geez, the metals once again just really showing the strength, the upside. See, Dr. Copper, we got our Jim with the edge alert. Dr. Copper is fighting back off the lows through the 6,000 TTAE support and the 9 EMEA. $6. Yep, copper is going to be continued. A couple days ago, I was on here. I was trading some copper. I haven't really looked at it too much here today. Feel like it's kind of away from where I'd want to be entering, but I will be putting a trade on that at some point this week. My upside targets in copper up at $6.12 right now, coming aggressively off the 594 low. But does anybody in the chat trade copper? Are we all just on the indexes here? I'm gonna get you trading something else besides NQXY. Gonna get
You're
you
gonna what
switch.
now?
I'm gonna get you trading something besides the NQ.
Yeah, for me that's been
Oh,
gold.
just
I've been loyal to gold. It's been okay, but everyone's looking outside now since silver, now everyone's looking at other things.
Yeah.
You gonna start trading copper too?
Yeah, so I traded some last week and I haven't traded in a while, but just the metals in general have been moving to the upside. Let me see if I
Yeah, a
can
lot of people have been moving over to metals.
pull it up.
Well, I don't know about moving, but adding it in to their list.
Yep.
Any thoughts if gold is gonna have a bigger correction? I'm not a macro guy. I'm not the guy to ask, honestly. I just see what they're doing on any given day in relation to a few days back, maybe 30 days out, and see if there's any edge for me for an intraday trade. It's you guys want macro? Ask my co-streamer right now.
Macro day traders, the macro day trader. There's definitely, you can pay attention to macro trades. Like if you study some of the greatest traders of all time, whether it's like Druckenmiller, Soros, go down the list. They're always trading some overall fundamental, and they're always switching markets. They're not just laying into the same market day after day. They're laying into larger trends. Like whether it be the metals to the upside, that's clearly been a very aggressive trend because it just gives you asymmetric risk reward scenarios. So looking at copper here, I'd be a willing buyer if we can kind of get back to this retest here around $5.98. But I do feel a little bit as if I've missed the opportunity this morning after this reversal to get that entry where I have some limited risk just because we're so far away from that low. I'm definitely bullish here. I would not consider short whatsoever, but we will be making our way up towards the probably around 611, 612, I think, over the next couple of days. So I'm going to be paying attention to copper. I am on tomorrow, so we'll see. A lot of times, you get on stream and you either have a position already. It depends on the volatility, especially like in the middle of the day, and I'm just riding it out, which is kind of where I am right now. But I'm always looking for new markets that are providing me some ideas besides just the indexes. And I think that, for me today, that I'll say it again, but the Dow, if you were looking at more than just the NQ and the ES, the Dow went straight down off the open, and the ES and the Nasdaq were going straight up, and that really provided an opportunity. I don't know what drove it lower. I didn't look at the individual components, but that first 5 minutes, 200 points down. That next 5 minutes, 188 back to the upside, followed by another 120-point candle, and it's been moving to the upside ever since. And I'll pay attention to that again tomorrow. I haven't looked at the Russell yet today, but I'm sorry, that's why. Did you say you had a trade this morning, or you were
Yeah, it was just a simple pullback long, tagging the 9 EMA after making what was the high before B period opened. So just getting orders in around the 870s, ultimately in around the 920s is where I got flat.
Nice, great exit.
So nothing crazy, just a little continuation, trend follow, scalp.
Trader H7, how do you get those support resistance levels on your chart? What are you referring to? Are you referring to like the entries that I currently have, or the numbers that I'm quoting? My form of technical analysis, I use Fibonacci sequences in a certain way that I've developed that determines a lot of support and resistance, and then I use I need to get it on Ninja. I have to rotate it over. Something I refer to it as the midpoint in the lower mid. In the midpoint, I just am measuring the prior day's range, the entire 24-hour session, and just it's halfway back for the day, it's the middle of the day, it's the 50% retracement. And my ideal trade setup is one, I come up with a bias of the market, either be long or short. And then if we are below the midpoints and I can start seeing, many people use different forms of like confirmation, but if I'm looking for something that I'm bullish on that is in the lower edge of its range, that is either trading a higher time frame support level that I have or doing some type of confirmation. So with my Dow trade, we were below the prior day's midpoint in what I consider to be an uptrending market. And then like the midpoint in the Dow today, let me give it to you. So my last entry was below it. If I can enter below the midpoint, in a long scenario, great. 49,600 is the midpoint for the Dow. So in my theory is in a bullish market, if we are below the midpoint, we will probably eventually revert back to that middle point. And then sometimes we will continue through that middle point. But then if you're really bullish, you never even touch the mid. It's just a gap up and go, which you kind of really, you're more of a chasing market as opposed to an opportunity to buy near the lower edge of the range.
Andre, how much weight do I place on previous days or previous couple of days for my trading? A lot. This is my high time frame. This is where I do most of the homework on high time frame, and you get to see daily profiles everywhere. So I do put a lot of weight on this kind of stuff, especially to mark out any zones or levels, swings that I'm looking at. So yeah, that's me. They're looking for your Twitter.
Jack Gleason. It's just my name. There it is. I didn't even realize I had notes. Show notes. You got show notes? Nice.
Notes? What do you mean notes? There's notes?
What, I got my Instagram there or something? All right. So I am coming up to my profit target. I am going to be pulling off just shy of the prior day high here in the NQ. I got 25,973.
Got the overnight high now.
Yep. Going to be right above us. I'm hoping we actually get one more pullback through taking that out. I'm going to be pulling my position. Oh, that is the overnight high. Yeah, you're right. And then we got the prior day high right above it. Bust through that overnight high and maybe fall short of the prior day high. Which market, Trader H, are you referring to? Said you had a similar entry to me. Yeah, I really like, when I entered, one of the things I mentioned here, I use like a timing strategy where I just count in time cycles. Like the Dow is a perfect example of this theory that I have, which is just like cycles last 25 minutes. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. They just do. So I'm going to go like here. You look at this rally out of lows, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5 bars. Perfect. And then we pull back. There's, 1 selling bar, 2 selling bar, 3 selling bars, and then 4, 5 sideways. Once we had completed that, 5 bars, we were at that high, kind of that high we had broken above this morning, got long, and then, we rallied here. This is the first green bar, 2, 3. My mouse is a little squirrely right now. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We went 6 bars and then, sideways, but very rarely do we get more than 5 bars of continuous movement. And if we do have more than 5 bars of continuous movement, I really want to be making sure I'm trading in that direction. That's just something I use during the RTH. Like if I have a support and we just broke like a let's say a 4-hour low or something, and that support is immediately the first level of support as the selling begins, I like to wait. I literally have a timer on my desk that I set for 25 minutes. You can find these on Amazon. They're about maybe $10 for 2 of them. And I'll just set it, and allows myself to prevent myself from over trading, which I know is something that, we all fall habits of over trading or revenge trading. And that's just like a really good way for me to prevent that. Yeah, I use 5-minute charts. The lines that are plotting on my chart are fair value gaps.
Huh?
Yes.
Never heard of those.
Never heard of them either. Yeah. I mean, I just use that term. I've been using them before I even knew who that person slash is, but I think they're just
Before the creator.
Yeah, before the creator. But it's just a label. I used to call them single prints, which I know is referred to as, a whole different type of value area analysis. But yeah, I like to use them for confirmations, especially after like levels again, but I don't specifically trade off them.
White van on the way.
Yeah.
Someone asks, is that on the 5 minute where you watched that 5 bar continuation?
Yeah. Only on the 5-minute is I'll look at other time frames, but I'm watching the 5-minute. And then I mean go ahead, like study it yourself. Like, look at rallies, and like if we break out of a new high, I'll kind of restart that timer. But a really great trader I know told me what did he say? He said, you need there's 3 parts of movement, and it's time, price, and momentum. And some form or function, if you can calculate those 3 things, you're going to improve your trading. And I always like prices, you can come up with like, I don't care, Fibonacci levels, value areas, volume profile. Those are all going to be like price related things, and everybody has a different assortments that you use, and then you can use something like order flow for momentum. I guess that could be determined as if you see big orders, hitting the book one after another, that's telling you momentum. You need some type of factor for every single one of those. And then one of the famous quotes I think many traders always say is like, take what the market gives you. Well, what is the market actually giving you? That's one thing I always ask myself. How do you know what the market's giving you? Well, you have to put some type of component on it that you can like measure what the market's giving you. I have PSAR on my chart, but it's actually incorporated in the indicator at the bottom of my screen. The PSAR is. I don't really use it individually. I don't use any indicator per se as like an entry mechanism. The one on the bottom of my chart is just it's a combination of 5 different indicators here, where one of them is the PSAR, the other is VWAP. The next one is what I refer to an ATR expansion, which is when a 5-minute bar expands 50% greater than the average. And then I have swing marks, which is just a swing low or a swing high, a 5-bar swing low or a 5-bar swing high, and then something I refer to as a leg start, which is a 3-bar continuation move. And if we're above all of those, you're going to see this little blue line at the top of my screen read +5, which it is reading +5 in the NASDAQ right now and +5 in the Dow, which tells me we're above, or that could be considered bullish above all of the different indicators I'm using. And that just helps me kind of stay on the right side of the momentum. But yeah, I feel like I've said a lot here today already, and we're 22 minutes in. Yeah, we're going to be coming into 11:30 here soon, so I do need to start tightening some things up. I'm going to really tighten this Dow up. Just so I think there'll be another
7
entry
minutes,
opportunity.
euro close. You're flat to flat, right? So you haven't peeled anything off?
Yeah, I'm not peeled. Not peeled. Just need to start moving some stops.
It's not looking too bad. Maybe they'll just rip it up, huh?
I have a feeling we're gonna stall, and
You got really close on the NQ too.
yeah, so close.
Right at the overnight high, they're just like, maybe let's take a little look back there.
Yeah, we need to stay above like a nine. If we get back below like nine, I can even tighten this up 912s. Then one more push higher, please.
What are the small green box? Oh, that's just absorption. It's an OFL study where if enough delta gets put in, being absorbed and all that, it will create a little zone, like a little box. So basically, the information is on this way up. You got that first pullback. There's a box here because a lot of selling had occurred and they're left behind. Another box higher, again, another box higher. So these are the things that would kind of confirm the information that it is certainly not the sellers that are in control. It would be the buyers because every time they would try to, offer price, drive it further, they just get absorbed and then price goes against them. One, two, three, and its sequence is higher. So until this stops, looking for any downsides would be pretty much fading that strength on the bid side. And then at some point, maybe not, they'll trade through those zones, which would then give new information. Hey, look, in this range where there used to be more buyers and sellers, there are now more sellers and buyers. So that's how I use that. I just use it to frame context and stuff. Is it freemium? I don't think so. I'm not too sure, but I don't know.
Premium.
But it's one of those things, I mean, it's just delta, right? You can look at the order flow as price comes into any range or any area and keep an eye on it. If you find that there's a lot of delta being dumped, there's a lot of selling, a lot of buying, initiative, which means they're crossing tape, they're crossing the spread. You can note that, and then you can use that information moving forward. That's pretty much what it is.
A couple questions here. How many points do I give YM for a consolidation before it moves higher? That is never a number I ever have in my head. I don't, that's not really how I trade. I don't like how my strategy, how I enter trades is I look at what the average true range is. Of course, I'm trying to optimize my entry in a position that I feel like I can, have some limited risk on. But if a market is moving more than 50% of 50% greater than the ATR on the 5-minute chart, that's usually the size of my stop. So right now that number is 58 points in the YM, and it's 36 in the NQ. So that's upon my initial entry, and then I just kind of let the trade play out. And then from there, once the trade starts moving my way, I just manage it based on the chart. So it's not like both of these stops I've placed here, it's just below that last intermittent swing low in the YM, and in the NQ, I'm just below the last leg up. It's not like I give it a certain amount of points before I enter. And how long have I don't know how you determine. I bought my first stock when I was 15. I'm 36. So I've been in the markets for 21 years. I opened my first brokerage account on my own at 18. And I think I placed my first futures trade when I was like 20. So like literally 16 years ago. And what do I think about gold? I think gold's really, really bullish, and I'm looking for an entry, but we're kind of ahead of where I'd want to be. I had levels in gold this morning that did not trade that I'm anticipating. I do think they will trade. At what time they trade, I don't know. I'm looking for like 45.84 in gold.
is a level that I will be, an active buyer at. But once that's like 50 points above where we currently are. So I think gold is just on the upper edge of the range, and I'm bullish gold here, so I'm not going to short it. And we're just simply haven't got the pullback I want to buy. So there's nothing for me to do.
Yeah,
I don't.
gold is definitely a chase if you're longing
Yeah, we're
this.
we're really starting to slow. I mean, we've overlapped for the last hour in gold here. The current price that we are trading is traded, every 15-minute bar for the last hour. So that's when I start getting a little iffy. Once we can get a pullback, count me in. I'm gonna start buying. But all I do in situations like that, I set alerts when gold trades those levels. I get text messages to my phone. So if I'm not at the desk, which I probably won't be, for the next couple hours after we get off stream, I'll pop back on.
What are you trying to buy? What levels?
I got a level at 45.84 in gold that I'm waiting on, and then down at 45.66 area. So, but I want to see 45.84 hold. 45.66, I'd probably want to wait for confirmation because we'd be taking out some significant lows, but 45.84 is my first
That would
stop.
be best case in my view. Yeah, because it's like it's holding that strength right there instead of letting it slip kind of further.
Yeah. And the slip further could just be it'd be one of those really sharp moves, low liquidity, probably Asian session and a fast pop higher. That's the only way I see that sticking. But that is what I refer, that 45, 66, 67 level it's gonna be what I refer to as the upper mid, which is the 50% of the prior day's half of the prior day's mid. So I know that sounds a little confusing, but if you take
The
the
half of the
middle,
half?
it's the half of the half. It's the
I heard
half
you
of
like
the half.
halves, so I got you a half of the half.
Yeah. Anytime we're above that level, I find it really hard for me to like chase longs because we're basically in the top 25% of the range of the day. And so ideally, you want to be buying below that. But that will be when today closes, that will be the half of the half will be tomorrow's day's half, if that makes sense.
I've
And
become a big proponent.
it just really helps me frame the day as far as where I want to be taking my positions because along from a deeper pullback in a bullish market is much better than a long at highs. And sooner or later, you will get that pullback. That's just how patient do you want to be as a trader?
Fractal. Yeah, I'm glad you like the footprint. I also like the footprint, but I'm shocked that you've barely discovered Axia now. For anyone that's trying to dip their toes in order flow, Axia on YouTube gives really good. I would say they do have a lot of beginner order flow stuff, just to give you some ideas. This is NinjaTrader. Yeah. 45 points. You are literally looking at NinjaTrader platform. Footprint on 5 minute is goated. Thanks, XY. Yeah. Yeah, on NQ, I could never find anything that was better for me than the 5 minute. So that's what I use. But if you guys are on ES, I would highly suggest 8-tick Renko. Highly, highly suggest. I could never have, I tried to, but I never found anything outside of 5 minute that was that useful for NQ. GC entry now if you're trading. Not for me.
Yeah, no.
This can move through this range. I mean, the profile looks pretty.
I mean, I'd rather, if you're looking at the metals, like as far as I'm concerned, I'd be going long copper before I'd be going long gold here. I think, their copper is eventually going to break out of its overnight highs. and gold's already done that. So if I was going to take any trade in gold right here, it'd be a short, and I'm not going to short gold because I just think it's against the overall path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is clearly higher. Can you make money on a short? Sure. Are the odds in your favor of hitting a bigger trade to the downside? No. So just think about that. Like, am I really itching to be in a position in gold? No. You know, do I want to be long? Yes. Do I think it's a good idea to be long up here? No. I could be wrong, of course, but if I was desperate to be long metals, I'd be long, the market that kind of needs to catch up, and that's copper right here. And copper is still really strong. It's still really strong, and it just hasn't taken out the overnight high, which I believe it probably will before the day's done, based on the current move.
How aggressively did you size up when you were becoming profitable? Not at all. I don't think it makes sense to aggressively size up as you're becoming profitable, because how do you know you're becoming profitable? It needs a longer data set, a longer time duration to really be like, huh, I've been doing well for X amount of time. You can't just have like, yeah, I had a good week. It's time to size up again. Another good week. It's time to size up again. One bad week can just eliminate all that, and now you're in a mental spiral.
Totally.
So it's you know, you can have a good quarter because of a certain like a market regime or an environment. Doesn't guarantee the next quarter or the rest of the year. There's a lot to consider. So just keep the size. And if you want to size up, if you really feel like it's time, do it very gradually. Because in my experience, every time I did size up, performance did drop off. It's a mental thing, right? The numbers are different, the risk is different. I always experienced a drop off in performance and execution. And then you start to get used to that, and then you size up again at some point, and then you get that little drop off. Well, this is my experience. And then that's how the whole thing goes. And then, at some point you learn how to add on to trades, and then there's this whole, like, for me it was a total breakdown, a collapse of I guess great execution. The execution that I expected, it was just collapsed entirely. This was like a whole new game now. And then you have to kind of build back into that and then readjust sizing and how you want to add, how you want to take risk off when it starts working against you.
Oh, yep.
Dividend cake. I think it's listed on YouTube. They always list what it is. ATIC Renko for ES. Yes, that to me has been the best that I have found for ES. And it's not even close. Yeah. It's better than, I would say, than 1 minute and stuff. I guess you also do have to develop an understanding how a Renko bar forms. So as long as you understand that, then you can really utilize it. Ninja doesn't have Renko option. Well, create it. Would you recommend switching from dollar value to ticker to mitigate those issues? To ticks? I would say for most people, yeah, that's kind of like the standard. You never really want to see your trade in dollar amounts because that's not the chart, that's not the process, etc. But I always have dollar amounts, and every time I went to ticks and points, I would always go back because the dollar amount really, it's screaming in my face like, hey, this is what your risk is. Be attentive to it, right? This is the reality of your trade. Sometimes when it comes to ticks and points, you can disregard and be like, no, we're okay, we're this, we're that. Like, no, I need to know what the ticket is going to cost when I'm framing a trade, when I'm in the trade, it needs to be in my face. So a lot of times, there's also like, oh, never look at your P&L on the day or this and that. Like I always do. I can't help it. I'm always, if I'm getting flat on a trade, whether it's winner or loser, I want to see where we're at. And so I'm always looking at it anyway. So I just leave it on there because I'm going to break that rule anyway, where people are like, oh, never look at your P&L, never look at, I'm always going to look. And I do have to have it up in my trades to really respect the risk because it's right there. Like this is what you are actually risking. So that gets me more, I don't know. I respect it more, I guess you could say.
There's gold moving lower. We talked it down, XY. Like I said, I wouldn't short it, but if I were to take a trade, it would be short, but I wouldn't.
Just whispering in its ear, planting the seed like lower is better. Yeah. Lower makes more sense.
No, lower is better, but we need it a lot lower. Not even a lot lower, just because, it's so crazy. Like when you be trading, more than a few years and you see the gold basically double in a short period of time, relatively speaking, for the market sense. That contract value doubles with it. The notional value of gold doubles, and then the percentage move, a 2% move a couple years ago was a whole lot less monetarily wise than a 2% move is now here. Like we're just like casually talking about a 50-point pullback, like and that can easily happen. I mean, a 50-point pullback here is like what, like a less than a 1% move. I mean, versus back a few years ago, a 50-point pullback could be 1.5% move, 2% move. And I mean, things change.
Fractal says I'm on ticks, but my brain always knows. Yeah, that's how it was for me. Like even if I went 0.6, my brain knows. So I'm like, all right, let's just put dollar P&L then. And then, someone says I can't stop peaking. Me neither. And that's my problem is that I look at P&L all the time, try not to let it affect my decision making, but I know it does. This is all me. But instead of trying to run through this wall, to ram through the wall, I worked around it. I understood and accepted this is just what I'm gonna do every time, and this is relative now. This is what happens to me even to this day. As my P&L grows to the green side, my performance and execution will start to taper down because I'm looking at, I'm like, oh, we're good, we're good. I don't want to give any back. Like this is a great round number, or like we're doing really well. I get more, there's more fear that starts to settle in, right? As my P&L grows and grows on a daily P&L. So eventually I was like, I don't see how I can just turn it off like a robot and not care. I certainly do care. So if I'm thinking about it as, okay, as my P&L gets to a certain threshold, I start to kind of like get squeamish on my trades. I'm not managing properly. I'm not executing properly. I decided, okay, let's just turn it off then. If I'm mentally fresh and I execute very well up to a certain threshold of green, just turn it off when you get there. And that's how I just really drove in being a scalper, being a quick like in and out trader in terms of how much time I spend on the charts, because every time I stick around, I'm sticking around for way longer to make a little bit more, to give it back, or to end up red. And I'm just like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the outcome. I know what it is. It's the same thing every time. So when I start to feel like my mental capital is depleted, other factors are coming in because I'm, X amount green, just turn it off. And so that's when I really started to see a really good equity curve. And I just never strayed from it since. It just is what it is.
You also have to like think about like, are you trading your P&L? I think that's something you can always get into. At some point, you're like, it's either because you're down, or like you're like, instead of being like, hey, I'm looking at the chart, maybe you're calculating in your head how much money you want to make on the day, and then you're literally targeting a point move because that equals your financial goal for the day or financial pain for the day. You're like, oh, I'll move my stop here because if I lose $1,000, I'm going to lose $1,000 here. Instead of literally looking at the chart. As soon as you deviate from trading some form of process and switch to trading any form of your P&L, you're immediately moving out of following whatever rule set you've ever even thought about having. So you got to make sure you
Absolutely.
avoid that.
And that's what happens to me. At some point, it's like gets to a big enough number and it's like a round number and it's like, wow, this is nice. That's instantly when it's like, all right, I gotta just no more. Because if I give some back, even if it's still really high P&L, now you're in the mode of like, man, I had it like a nice round number. What am I doing? And it just bad things happen. So that's my way of managing that. A lot of people try to do the route where they just try to run through the wall and they just plateau in their trading because they keep trying to do what, is probably not possible. I mean, we're all human. So work around these things, develop a process where you can manage these things, work around them, or just leave them alone when they present. You want to be executing when your mind is sharp, when everything is sharp. Otherwise, just get off. There's so many hours in the day where the market's open, so many days, so many years, whatever. Like the market's here till you're dead. What's the hurry? It's always what I'm going to say. What's the hurry? Like you want to generate so much P&L so fast. What's the hurry? It's going to be here. So let 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 the time duration go, and you'll see a better equity curve if you do a better job at managing, your mental capital. Because yeah, I do reach that point too, where I'm doing exactly what Jack's talking about, where it's no longer about the chart, it's about today's P&L. And that's when I'm like, yeah, all right, let's just call it. The data stops here. We're not going to do anything dumb.
We
And I
all
say
know
that now,
that
but
feeling.
there are days where I do dumb stuff.
Yeah, like you know that feeling. You got to have some type of stopgap. I recommend like a physical stopgap where you either got to get up, get up, walk around your house, walk your dog, do a push up. If you live in a city, maybe go to the local park, because when you sit at your desk, you lose track of like reality. I think at some point when you're trading, like, I can stare at my screen for like 5 hours straight, not move, not eat. Like literally, if I'm in the zone and you just have one of those crazy days that requires that, but at some point, if you're like having a bad losing day, you get that physical urge that you need to stay at your desk, but there's really no reason to do that. You're just, chasing a P&L or emotionally in a bad state of trading. You have to have some type of physical stopgap where you say, I need to get up from the desk. And if you can't get up from the desk, then you have no self-control and you need to work on your self-control. Self-control is a huge part of trading, and it's going to affect every other part of your life. If you have outbursts of anger, I used to work at a prop trading desk, like an equity prop desk, and there was this trader who used to trade next to me, and he would explode in anger after like big losses, and like just got to the point where I just like, shut the I'm like, stop, what is wrong with you? Like, I couldn't handle it because I like to remain composed. Like, I don't carry like anger or around my position. I also don't carry excitement around my position. But when you work at a desk with a bunch of different personalities, you see some different. You're like, why are you so upset? Like, how could you possibly stay in a frame of mind? Like, you shouldn't be happy about losing. You should definitely be, like upset, but turn that into like reflecting on it as opposed to like outbursts. If you find yourself doing that, you need to work on that somehow. I'm not going to give you advice on how to work on that. Just know that you need to.
Yeah, you have to have a process that has some proof of concept to it. And if it does, then you know it works. And if you know it works, you have to be pragmatic. If you're following the process, you're doing all that you can. The rest is up to the market. But you understand that over time, it's going to give you a positive equity curve. If that's not the case, like down to step one all the way to the last step, you're probably not following rules. You're probably not following a process. And if that is you following rules in a process, you probably don't have an edge. So you have to get into a frame of mind where everything you do, you're very pragmatic, right? It's deliberate and pragmatic. It's not up to us. It's not like, look at this trade I called out, super banger. It's because, I know what the market's going to do. No one knows what the hell the market's going to do. You were just trying to play sensible risk, ultimately. What kept me from shorting the top of the range? Well, as they were trading this top of the range, the bid was still stepping up with price, so they were absorbing shorts. And the fact of the matter was, on this whole move up, shorts just kept getting absorbed. And if that's the information they're still going to be giving me, I'm not going to be interested in short. But, as noted earlier, this spot where there was absorption, they got the move back up. They couldn't get back to the high. They came back to the spot of absorption, and look what they're doing now. Where they found more buyers than sellers, they're finding more sellers than buyers right now. This could be a potential shift. Could be, would be. The market's going to decide, but right now they're running through this range again, and the information has changed for the time being. So yeah, at that moment, no interest in shorts because, well, even looking at the 1 hour candles here, big strong candle, good hold, right? Poked back into that range, didn't get really far, closed still as a continuation candle, and they're moving up towards weekly open. So this was also looking like a really strong candle. And these highs can definitely be taken out, prior week high. So all those things considered at the time, not interested in a short. Right now, there's going to be a lot of people who might want to short, but I think it's always important to ask yourself, where are we trading? We're only trading higher and higher as the day continues. And where are we still trading? We are still at the highs. So unless you see some sort of drastic shift, for me, it would be like, this isn't exactly drastic, but we'd have to trade below the 920s at this point because I'm seeing a distribution being built up here. So this is the market's attempt to see if it wants to transact higher, to see if it can, to see if it can find enough participation, which would mean you start to build a node higher towards prior day high. But if this fails, if this node fails and now they're accepting back under the 920s, this could be the tell, right? That we can rotate through the range because all of this here, buying and selling, there's more selling interest. And if they can't hold price with the bid under these 920s, we could see a rotation back down here again, around the 870s. And if that doesn't hold, this could be a pretty steep move because the volume thins out quite a bit. So it would be kind of like a price discovery situation where they're going to keep running the market down until they find another bid. And as they're doing that, all of this bid up here would now be offsides, and that's not good for longs. But that's a scenario that hasn't played out, right? That's a possible scenario. What's currently happening is the market keeps transacting higher, it keeps holding higher, and it keeps building higher, and it's still trading higher. All of those things put into one template screams, why short? So that's why I never took the short. That's why I wouldn't really look for it now.
And I got
Long-winded, I know. I hope it helps.
my trail stop taken out there in the NQ, and I've got some limits below if we get pullbacks here around 25,801. Or no, what is that? 25. Actually want to move that. What is?
Good morning, man, dude.
Oh, 880. I was like, what?
Won't allow a tick option. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. All I know is it's 8 tick.
You got to go to my OF. I stream shirtless.
It's gonna cost you guys. That's gonna cost you.
There's my limit there, 25, 888, 84.75. If we get a pullback, I'll be adjusting that if we make new highs here. YM just trying, getting up to that overnight high, real close. Just a little bit ahead of that. But yeah, no reason to short here. I mean, the higher time frame is bullish, huge opening drive in the first 5 minutes in the NQ, and every single swing low. I mean, we've only had, so I look at swing lows as 5 bars, meaning the previous 5 bars have to be higher and the following 5 bars have to be higher. So that swing low is at 1050. Technically, this will be a swing low too in about 25 minutes for me. So that would give you like something maybe to trade against, but I don't know. I think short in here is you're ahead. Where has the market been going all day long? To the upside. Okay. It's Monday. We haven't even, if we got back into that opening 5-minute range bar at 9:30, and like could hold below it, sure. But I think in order to get short at this point in time, you really gotta see a lot more selling. Oh, Jim's back.
Hey guys,
Welcome
Hey,
on.
Jim.
what's happening?
It's been a minute, Jim.
It has. I missed you guys.
Miss you.
I am
It's
back
good to
though.
have you
For good.
back.
No
They
good.
had us.
How was your vacation? Where'd you go?
Oh, we were just doing we were working on the side. That's all.
Oh, okay.
They had us like closing out shows and stuff, but now we've got a real professional back.
XYZ, I was thinking of you though.
I hope so.
March 7th, T-Mobile Arena, Holloway versus Oliveira rematch,
Dude, Holloway is probably
Las Vegas, Nevada.
my favorite fighter. He just got it. He's a badass, man.
He's a little crazy.
Yeah, like in the ring, he's literally like crazy. Like he'll risk it all. He could be winning it if the clock just goes down 10 more seconds, but he'll risk it all just to give a show. I respect that.
Well, let me know if I should buy an extra ticket, my friend.
When was it? March?
March 7th. It's a Saturday night.
You're gonna have to get one of those Indiana tickets. Save your money for that.
Dude, I can't I can't afford an Indiana ticket with all XYZ's money.
How much are they going for? I just saw that they were expensive. I haven't looked. I mean,
Dude, they're like a decent seat is more money than my European vacation.
wow.
I mean, we're talking 6, 7, 8 grand
Wow.
What? No, I'm staying home.
for one. So
Well,
Jack, it would cost me 16,000 to take you.
Come on, that's light. Have you seen your
I was
pool?
gonna say it's cheaper to have no friends.
No, you
Oh
should
my
see
God.
Jim's pool. It's huge. You can land his private jet in it.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. It's like
Yeah.
John Travolta just got the
No,
runway in the
a duck would
backyard.
barely fit. A duck would barely fit. Anyway, great job, you guys, today. Appreciate you being here with us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. 2026 will be epic. I could guarantee you that. Not a lot of guarantees in trading, but that I can guarantee you on. Appreciate everybody being here today in the chat or not in the chat, listening to wherever you're listening from. And then for everyone in Las Vegas, when me and XYZ show up, we'll get together and have a cocktail or two. In any event, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe buttons are important to us, means a lot to us, everybody. So thank you for doing that. Helps with the network, helps us get exposure, which is super awesome. So having said all that, XYZ, Jack, wait, I got to ask you about the Bears. How about that comeback? That was ridiculous.
Dude, I'm telling you, they're
I-
working with some demon magic, Jim. It's
That is
crazy.
unbelievable. I mean,
DJ Moore keeps doing it.
they are getting their revenge on Aaron Rodgers running train on the Bears for so long. I mean, not only the last time we beat them, but that comeback, and then they did it again. I was like, I was texting my friends, this game's horrible. They can't play. Like the halftime, I was so disappointed. I was like, that's it. I'm done watching them. They failed but I cannot believe they came back. Unbelievable. I think their winning percentage was down as low as 5% at some point in time.
Unbelievable.
I would have had it at 0.
It was
It
crazy.
was looking bad. I was like, oh, how can they give us those great games? And now we got this. And then it just totally turned. I was like, this is insane.
Man. In any event, you guys, again, thank you, XYZ, Jack. Hit that thumbs up button for these two guys. They're working hard for us. Appreciate you guys. I will see you soon. We're going to do a quick edge report.
All
See you,
right.
chat.
Thumbs up, guys. Later.
All right, how cool are those guys? And how about Salma and Tanja? How cool are they? Let's go ahead and start with, we're just going to cover the copper and the Bitcoin today. Copper, here's a daily chart. All right, well, my bias is bullish. There's no doubt about that. Trend lines are holding, moving averages are back to sloping up violently. We do have a target wick right here, 6.1125. That's the high we saw last week. We're driving toward that right now. We haven't reached it yet today, but anything could happen. Intraday, some really great levels here. And I encourage everybody to consider those MenthorQ studies. I mean, that zero DTE call resistance, that red line I have up there, right at 6.06. I mean, we tagged it once, twice. It was resistance. We sold off at big time. That's a big giant benchmark candle, but it wasn't no follow through. There was no confirmation candle on the downside. We hit the bottom of the initial balance low, just a little bit south of that JAX 4 level. Not even got close to that JAX 1 level, which is way down to 5.90. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 30-minute green candles in a row. Right back up to guess what? 1-day max, another MenthorQ level. I'm telling you, I love these things. 6.03. We hit it again. We have separation between price and VWAP right now. We have separation between that 9 EMA right now. So this is looking pretty strong again today. And we're trading above the London initial balance as well as the U.S. initial balance on Dr. Copper. So super bullish here. Sky is the limit so far. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin here. If I could find it easily, I can. We're still in the January contract. Remember, this is about a $9,000 notional contract. So there's a lot of meat on this contract for a relatively reasonable margin level. So remember, day trade margin is a double-edged sword, but magnifies gains as well as losses, but you still get a lot of bang for the buck for your capital if done right. This is kind of a daily chart right now. We kind of hit a low here and we kind of stopped, right? I was expecting this, the 2025 lows at 74,605. We never got there. We still might, I don't know, but it's just looking like it's resilient here. December lows are holding pretty good. This is a really nice sideways channel here all through December. Bottom is 84,125. The top is 94,965, and we're just kind of toggling, oscillating around there. We do have a really subtle 8 EMA cross over the 21 EMA, just a little bit. I mean, and it's starting to move up here. So we caught a little bit of a bid. We're above that 31.8% tracement right now from this swing C to swing C measurement, and we'll see if we could get some movement back up to those December highs. But right now, we're still kind of sideways bound. Intraday, we have, this was a huge recovery today. I don't know if you guys were following this early this morning in London. The London sell-off was pretty big here, establishing that London low down around 90,420. We went a little bit lower, but not much lower. Buyers came back in, picked this thing back up. We blew through JAX 2 on the upside, blind spot 3, initial balance high, and the zero DTE put support level as well. As soon as we broke through VWAP, now this is a 30-minute candle. You could even see it better on a 10-minute candle. But as soon as you have this confirmation candle, we broke back up. We closed above VWAP right here at the 10 to 10:30 candle. Confirmation candle 10:30 to 11. Off to the races. That was a great signal. And we did it. It kept on moving up here. We did not get to that 1-day max. We saw it last night. Remember, these levels are a gift that keeps on giving. We saw it last night. It's now my target here on the upside, so we continue to get some green on this chart. So I'm bullish on Bitcoin today. We'll see what happens, although it's been kind of a roller coaster up and down. So keep that in mind as well. All right, that is it. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. And let me just double check my notes before I let everybody go. This afternoon, we are going to have the OGs here this afternoon. We have the OGs here this afternoon, trading the close. We're going to have Leo, the Big Cat, and Nick for a tick. These guys are going to be together. They're awesome. If you haven't seen it, I recommend coming back. 2:30 afternoon start. We're going to kick it off with Shy Girl. She's going to do an afternoon update, and then I will do another Edge Report. And then, boom, Leo and Nick. Hope to see you there. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, relax. Thanks for coming.